Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US and Iran edge closer to reaching a short-term deal as Trump predicts the conflict will be over quickly. Meanwhile, US senators gather in Beijing ahead of Trump and Xi's upcoming meeting this month. And Rubio is in Rome. The US Secretary of State attempts to calm tensions between Washington and the Vatican. It will be over quickly. Those are the words of the US President Donald Trump, who has predicted a swift ending to the war with Iran. Similarly, Iran's foreign minister has called for dialogue and diplomacy as it reviews the US proposal. President Trump remains adamant a deal can be done. Take a listen.
Having a little skirmish in Iran because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we're beating them badly, and they want to settle very badly. It'll all work out very quickly. But despite having that, some people would call it a war. I call it a military operation, and for lots of reasons. But it's only that. And you know what happened in Venezuela? That was a one-day situation. Now we get along great with Venezuela. It was a one-day victory, and we're doing equally as well in Iran. And when you look at the kind of things that are happening, we are doing that for one very, very important reason. We cannot allow them to have a nuclear weapon. So I think most people that understand that, they understand that what we're doing is right. And it'll be over quickly. And
we can now go live to Washington to speak to Behnam Ben Taliblu, Iran Program Senior Director and Senior Fellow at the FDD. Thank you so much for your time with me today. Trump has repeatedly claimed that the war with Iran is close to ending. Despite the optimistic outlook, Iran hasn't responded to the latest US proposal, and they are saying there's a significant gap between the two parties. What do you make of this?
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you. There certainly does indeed, based on reporting, appear to be a gap, but a gap that I think is both stylistic and substantive. Number one, will the Strait of Hormuz issue be separated from the nuclear issue? The Trump administration has tried very hard, reportedly, to increase the connectivity there between the two. The Iranians have tried to kind of draw that out, to actually say no, ending the conflict and dealing with the Strait is separate from a larger process over the nuclear issue. The second is the degree to which the nuclear issue is indeed incorporated. Does that simply mean that for a period of time, Iran certainly won't be able to do things related to centrifuge manufacturing and development, or will they come up with agreed upon timeline for no enrichment in Iran, for example? There's all of these kind of devils in the details that do need to be ironed out. And even if the Iranians are reacting in this fashion, which is to simply push away from the table in response to the Trump administration editing Iran's proposal to bring back much of this nuclear to bring back the nuclear element into discussions and to really find a way to extract Iran's highly enriched uranium and to shutter its nuclear sites, including underground nuclear sites. That tells you, I think, all you need to know about how successful merging the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear issue would be, as well as to, of course, where this crisis is headed. I don't think at this point in time there is a meaningful diplomatic off-ramp that aggregates those two. Perhaps a way to end the conflict over the Strait, but that does not at all end the crisis that we face with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And as you say, the devil is in the detail. We don't have much detail, but Iran's foreign minister has held a phone call with his Pakistani counterpart. That was today. What role is Pakistan playing in trying to broker a quicker agreement?
Well, Pakistan is playing this really interesting mediating role, shall we say. Pakistan has great relations with China and Saudi Arabia. China, a major American competitor. Saudi Arabia, as you know, a major American strategic partner. But zooming out, Pakistan is just but one of many kind of middle powers that has been auditioning to play this role of mediator or moderator between the U.S. and Iran for many years. And Pakistan is the one right now that has been host to the most recent round of nuclear negotiations and also is keen to continue to play this role in the future. One, I think it's a sign of the times of these new mediators and moderators moving out of Europe and kind of being seen in the Middle East and in Asia. Number two, it's a potential desire for Pakistan to try to gain brownie points or get political victories with Tehran and Washington and potentially try to change that in or cash that in for something in their bilateral relationship down the line. So certainly this provides at the very least a status boon for Pakistan, and we should pay attention to how countries, quote unquote, outside the Western Bloc that are willing and are trying to do this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I want to go back to your first point a little bit and dig into that, because reports suggest this draft deal leaves out Iran's missile program, support for groups like Hezbollah, and even Tehran's stockpile of nuclear-grade uranium. Is Trump preparing to accept a far narrower agreement to bring this war to an end quickly? Because we know that Iran just wants this one-page memorandum about the Strait of Hormuz and then go into talks about the nuclear program and the enriched uranium.
Well, I could come up with something even less than one page, which is that the Islamic Republic of Iran should commit not to fire on commercial or military vessels that are going through international waterways, and that the Islamic Republic of Iran should not fire on any kind of minesweeping mission that is there to pick up mines that the Islamic Republic of Iran has unfortunately placed at the narrow part of this international waterway. And if they do, there will be military consequences. That could be an even narrower and perhaps even more utilitarian version of the deal. But the problem is such a statement and such a memorandum rattles both media and markets, and that's why the Trump administration is in a tough spot, no matter the political gains that it can make here, because it's trying to at once assuage media, assuage markets, assuage those concerned with the direction of the war over the past 40 days, as well as at the same time try to be tough and signal resolve and bolster deterrence against the Islamic Republic. And those are very contradictory things, contradictory forces that require contradictory messages. So that explains why we are where we are, at least politically, here in the United States. But to zoom out and talk about the deal, proxy and missile, in a world in which the U.S. is using military power against proxies and missiles, this isn't the worst thing in the world to not have it on the docket, because America should not trade away sanctions leverage to deal with proxies that it can now shoot at, or it should not trade away sanctions leverage and pay for a mere political promise by Tehran. So when we talk about incorporating proxies and missiles, we have to be very clear as to what we want versus what we will settle for. And there is a world in which that you can get the uranium out of Iran. There is a world in which you can get an end to the crisis and still retain a strong military posture against the regime's conventional missile force and its proxies. So I don't think we should pay to have Iran simply give it lip service in an agreement.
So there is a world, but right now Iran has got leverage when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And as you said, that is where the problem does lie. And a lot of people are asking this question: has Trump's talks of a peace deal just been to stabilize the markets? Because today we saw oil drop 5% at one point, below $100 a barrel. So there's lots of questions right now. Is Trump just talking up this deal to try to stabilize the markets, keep the media calm? We know the midterm elections are happening, and we know Iran still has all this leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. So many people are saying this puts America in a much weaker place after military intervention.
Well, I'm not sure it puts America in a weaker place, but because of the impact of those two forces, markets and media, the president is indeed, in my view, trying to assuage their concerns. Some would say going a bit too far, because, again, the countervailing imperative to actually hold the line, if not double down, is necessary given the fact that you have an unfinished conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the most recent iteration of which is in, as you mentioned, the Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf. So ultimately, yes, I think the president is trying to find a way to to balance these two. But the overwhelming pressure he faces, I think there's certainly domestic pressure as well when it comes to midterms, but that may be more related to the party, the Republican Party, than to the president or to the White House himself or itself. But that's my personal take. But to balance these forces and to respond to markets, yes, that's why I think the president is indeed talking about this agreement in this fashion. But to say that that's the only reason is actually to miss the tea leaves, because to misread the tea leaves here, because President Trump is as much deal maker in chief and as he is commander in chief. And if there is one real reason why from 2025 and 2026, despite there being 2 rounds of talking in 25 and 26 and 2 rounds of shooting in 25 and 26, that there is still no deal at hand yet, it is that the Islamic Republic of Iran is treating Trump like previous presidents, and they're trying to run the clock on him. But he has limited patience for diplomacy, and he has limited patience for conflict. And I think we're seeing both of those forces play out in real time here.
And Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, said he held a meeting with the supreme leader, which lasted for over 2.5 hours. There was lots of speculation that the supreme leader wasn't alive. Does this now signal Mujtaba Khamenei is back in control in Iran? And this is who the US could be possibly dealing with when it comes to trying to find an off-ramp to this war?
Not necessarily. I think directly or indirectly, the U.S. is dealing with the rump state of the Islamic Republic, which is that hardline national security deep state, basically typified by IRGC generals and veterans in politics, in society, in the economy, and most importantly, in military and in the military institutions and security institutions that do national security decision-making, like the Supreme Leader's Office and like the Supreme National Security Council. That's what matters. That's what's really kind of been keeping the regime as a zombie regime afloat, both during the war and during the period of the ceasefire. And ultimately, I think proof of life is going to have to be defined by proof of life, not tweets, not statements, not claims of meetings, but ultimately, the voice and the image or the likeness of the Supreme Leader will have to be seen publicly for someone to believe that he's 100% back in control.
Really good point. Proof of life. We haven't seen that yet. But thank you so much for joining me and for your analysis. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
China has described its relationship with the US as having many twists and disruptions as an American delegation meets with foreign ministers in Beijing. However, China's foreign minister says the two countries have still managed to maintain overall stability. The comments come ahead of President Trump's trip to China this month. Let's get more on this with Ruby Osman, Senior Policy Advisor at the Tony Blair Institute. Ruby, great to have you on the show. Before we get into Trump's visit to Beijing, the Chinese foreign minister has met with his Iranian counterpart. That happened yesterday. What do you make of the timing of this meeting and China's deepening ties with Tehran?
Well, I think one of the things that came through really strongly in that meeting with the Iranian foreign minister was China's strong interest in de-escalation, and most of all, getting the Strait of Hormuz back up and open. I think we've gone well past the point at which this conflict is a net positive for China. Because I think, yes, it's true that it's not unhelpful for China to have US strategic attention elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And yes, China is comparatively less exposed than other countries in the region due to its oil stockpiles. But at the end of the day, this is not a comfortable position for Beijing to be in. Inflation is rising, they're burning through stockpiles, all with very limited say in the length and the scale of disruption. And I think for Beijing, which really does prize stability and likes to feel in control, this is not comfortable. And so that's why I think that return to normal was the message that was really coming through.
And it's really interesting because you say that return to normal. And as you say, China is a little bit more protected from what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. But inflation in the country is still increasing. Do you think China could actually become a key mediator between Tehran and Washington ahead of President Donald Trump's visit there? Are they going to actually play a vital role, something that we're not seeing at the moment but could come to light?
It's a great question. And I think, will China play a role? Yes. Will it play a decisive role? Probably not. And the reason why I say that is I think the key for China is it really doesn't want to be seen as being too much on any party's side. Like China is on China's side. this sort of strategy from China in the region is one of being a friend to everyone. And I think in peacetime, that's great. It's allowed them to build out these really impressive trade and investment links across the region. The problem is it's much trickier when you're in a live conflict. This sort of Chinese foreign policy is based on the idea of non-interventionism. As I say, you don't want to pick a side. You don't want to commit hard security resources if you can avoid it. And so for China, this is a real challenge, right? I think in the long term, it's Gulf states that are the priority. This is where China's sort of energy, commercial, corporate interests are really concentrated. But in the short term, as you say, getting oil through the Strait of Hormuz, 50% of China's oil roughly comes through that. That is the short-term crunch. And I think China is in this quite tricky balancing act at the moment. And the longer it continues, the harder it becomes. But it has quite limited cards to play if it's not willing to put hard security resources on the table.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. They sort of walking this tightrope, aren't they, China, where they're trying to keep a foot in with Tehran, also keep President Donald Trump happy, because we know Trump, when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to China and it comes to reaching deals, isn't the easiest. So what can we realistically expect from the upcoming high-stakes meeting between President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping? And will Iran actually become a new friction point? Because I did mention tariffs, and there's lots of other points that they don't really agree on.
Yeah, I think the key is both leaders are going into this summit wanting it to be a success. I think we've been in an unusually calm and stable period of US-China relations since Presidents Xi and Trump met in October last year. And I think in both Beijing and Washington, there's a sense that they want to keep this relationship stable so you can concentrate on much more sort of pressing priorities elsewhere. But as you say, I think the challenge is going to be making sure that all the new tension points that we've seen sort of bubble up in the 6 weeks since President Trump postponed his visit, trying to not let them derail that stability. Obviously, Iran is a big part of that. You've seen new US sanctions on Chinese oil refiners, but there's all sorts of other things too. There is Beijing blocking Meta's acquisition of the Manus deal. There have been US naval exercises in the region. And I don't think any of these are necessarily enough to derail the trip entirely, but they're a really good reminder of however much leader-level warmth we might see between Presidents Xi and Trump. Actually, under that, there's a lot of mutual suspicion in those two systems.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And talking about AI, I'm sure that's going to be a huge conversation, artificial intelligence. But Ruby, why does this trip actually matter? So many people have been talking about President Trump meeting Xi Jinping. But I guess the reality is, why should we care about it so much?
I think this is probably one of the bilaterals that really sets the tone for so much of the rest of geopolitics. And I think we're not necessarily going to see this meeting itself be decisive, but if things go well, this is one of potentially 4 chances for President Xi and Trump to meet this year. And I think for this meeting, understandably, there's been a lot going on elsewhere. There's probably been less prep going into this meeting than you would usually expect to see for a summit this high level. So I think for this one, we'll probably see that outcomes are relatively sort of more focused on the low-hanging fruit, more sort of trade deliverables, things like purchase commitments, a new board of trade. Maybe we'll see an extension of that tariff and rare earth truce. But potentially what it does, it lays the groundwork for progress on those sort of much thornier issues, things like Taiwan, things like tech controls, that are the issues Beijing and Washington really care about. I don't think there's been the groundwork done to see significant progress on them during this trip, but it might be something that we see over the course of this year.
Yeah, Ruby, we'll be watching that closely. I can't remember, but I think President Donald Trump said on Truth Social that Xi Jinping is going to give him a big hug when it goes to Beijing. Yes. So I think we should watch out for that big hug between Xi and President Donald Trump, because anything's possible now in politics. Ruby, great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Rome today, meeting Pope Leo at the Vatican. The trip is intended to ease recent tensions after President Trump's recent criticisms of the pontiff in relation to the Iran war. But before he travelled, Rubio downplayed the spat between the two leaders. Take a listen.
No, look, there's a lot to talk about with the Vatican. I think what the president basically said is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because they would use it against places that have a lot of Catholics and Christians and others, for that matter. It goes back to the central point. I think the president, without trying to speak for him, but I think I can characterize it this way. He doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. The trip is really not tied to anything other than the fact that it would be normal for us to engage with them, and other Secretary of States have done that in the past.
Let's go live to Rome now to speak to a reporter, Elena Trabatoni. Elena, great to have you on the show. We just heard from Rubio there ahead of the trip. That meeting between Marco Rubio and Pope Leo has now concluded. What has come out of that 30-minute chat the two men had?
Well, there are various versions of how long the meeting took. Some say 30 minutes, some say a couple of hours. So there is a bit of mystery over that, and some very positive comments came out of it. Both sides said that in-depth discussions were carried out, that they were looking at, middle ground, common denominators, Middle East in particular, but other areas of interest. So, some very positive noises were made. But of course, the feeling on the ground here has been extremely fraught, because everyone knows, both in Rome, both in the Vatican, and of course the Vatican is the world's smallest city-state. It's embraced by the capital of Rome, the Italian capital of Rome, so each influence each other quite significantly. And everyone here on the ground knows that the relationship between the US and the Vatican has never been quite as complicated as it is now. We all know that the US President Trump has very openly and vociferously criticized Pope Leo, and criticized in a way that Vatican analysts say didn't even happen during World War II. The Germans, who had a very, very tense relationship with the living and sitting pontiff at the time, never openly criticized him to that extent. So everyone's been very much waiting to see, what positive noises could come out, what positive messages could come out. And the news is good in terms of messages, but it's all such a roller coaster at the moment. The many people I spoke to today said, yes, but what will we know tomorrow? What will be said tomorrow, of course?
It is a roller coaster, as you did say, and Marco Rubio is the man who has to balance all of that complication, and he's set to meet Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. That's happening tomorrow. Once upon a time, Elena, she was one of Trump's closest allies in Europe, and as we know, that relationship has also deteriorated over the last few months.
Yes, it's deteriorated significantly. In fact, President Trump came out a few weeks ago and said something along the lines of, he actually had respected her because he believed her to be, a courageous leader. Now, the issue between the US and Italy at the moment is twofold. First and foremost, Italy has made it very clear that they would not give further logistical support beyond the support that already exists here in the US air bases, in some of the shared air bases around Italy. And Giorgia Meloni came out and made that very clear and very black and white. Of course, there has to be said that there's a lot of opposition to, the situation in the Middle East here in Italy. There have been a lot of mass demonstrations. People take to the streets quite often here to protest. Obviously, there's a lot of Italians also involved in the flotilla. Many were, arrested or, taken off the flotilla just last week. So, she's also in a difficult position where she has to heed her electorate, of course. She can't just ignore that and, carry on with the very good relationship that Italy had with President Trump and the US. Then the second issue, of course, is that, most Italians are Catholic. A lot of Italians are Catholic or of Catholic origin, or their families are Catholic. And of course, President Trump's very open criticism of the Pope didn't go down that very well with the Italian government, because Meloni immediately took a stand against that. She said, you cannot criticize a religious leader, of course. And so did Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani. And it has to be said, even people here on the ground that I've spoken to today said, well, what can Pope Leo say? he is a pope. He's a religious leader. Of course, he's going to say, call to an end of the hostilities. Of course, he's going to say, let's, go to get to a ceasefire quickly, try and safeguard human lives and so forth. And so, it is everyone's here between a rock and a hard place in a sense, because, of course, the Pope's going to say that, people say.
And let's talk a little bit, because he spoke about the criticism of Pope Leo and how badly that's gone down in Italy. And we must also remember that hasn't gone down very well in the US either. And Marco Rubio himself is a devout Catholic. And as we know, the US midterm elections are just around the corner. Do you think he can reach out to the Vatican, Marco Rubio, and repair that relationship ahead of those midterm elections? Because President Trump's criticism could actually affect that.
Well, yes, of course, there is a big electorate in the States which is Catholic. And that's for sure a big concern, at least according to sort of political analysts I speak to, for the current US government and for President Trump. And it has to be said that the emissary that came over, that was sent over, Marco Rubio, of Cuban origin, of Catholic origin, was, the best man to make sure the temperature in the meeting rooms don't go sky high, as it were. So he's someone that, whilst Italians haven't welcomed him, and the Vatican hasn't welcomed him, obviously, with enthusiasm, given the very fraught relationship there is at the moment between the two nations, he is at least someone that Italians and, people in the Vatican can relate to in terms of background and upbringing and, religious beliefs and so forth. So he is seen as approachable, and he's definitely seen as someone reasonable that you can talk to. Obviously, he's seen as a Republican, traditionalist, Atlantic Treaty supporter, etc., etc. But he is also very much seen as a reasonable counterparty, an approachable counterparty. And, interestingly enough, J.D. Vance as well is a recent, is a Catholic. But because he's a recent convert, he doesn't have the same sort of approachability. So, of course, Rubio is the man that probably has been sent over to try and, lower the tension between, the two, especially with the upcoming midterm elections coming up. But, the thing is, his trip is, couched in a context where there's constant, tension. And there are constant, criticisms of Pope Leo in the air. And so, I think that would need to, that tension would need to lessen a bit in order for any, Catholic issues or repercussions to go away.
Elena Trabottoni in Rome. Let's see if Marco Rubio is the man to repair the ties. Thank you so much for your time with me. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The World Health Organization has confirmed 5 cases of hantavirus so far. The virus-laden MV Hondas is now on its way to Tenerife in the Canary Islands and is expected to dock this weekend. All Spanish passengers will be transported to a hospital in Madrid, whilst all others will remain on the ship until their flights arrive. A BJP leader's aide has been shot dead in the Indian state of West Bengal after the TMC was toppled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party. Police are investigating but haven't made any arrests yet. A mega tsunami wave that was created in Alaska last year was caused by part of a mountain crumbling into the sea. Scientists have said at the time the second tallest ever recorded wave swept through the remote forge in southeast Alaska, leaving destruction in its wake. And a German tourist has won over $1,000 from a tour operator after he wasn't able to secure a sun lounger on holiday. The man was in Greece when he failed to find a sunbed due to other guests reserving them with towels. He says his tour operator failed to enforce the resort's ban on towel reserving and did not confront guests who were doing it. A reported suicide note left by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has now been made public. The disgraced financier was found dead in his prison cell in August 2019 as he did await trial. The letter, first published by the New York Times, is believed to have been from Epstein's first suicide attempt in July 2019. Let's get the thoughts and opinions of former NYPD lieutenant and criminal justice expert Darren Porter. Darren, always good to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. What new information, if any, does this newly unsealed handwritten note from Jeffrey Epstein reveal why he did take his life 5 years ago, and why has it taken so long to come to light?
Well, there's been a congressional bureaucracy as it relates to the Epstein files, one, and how it was connected possibly to current President Donald Trump, and two, former elected officials or former public officials that believed to have some level of a connection to Jeffrey Epstein. The litigation process has been somewhat stifling, to say the least, as it relates to how this critical information would be introduced to the public, because it's believed to be an ongoing investigation as it relates to the suicide of Jeffrey Epstein.
How legitimate is this note, though, Darren, which was found by Epstein's cellmate? And the big question here is it reigniting conspiracy theories? Because I'm sure you and I have heard so many theories surrounding this very topic.
Right. One of the challenges with this letter is it was acquired by Jeffrey Epstein's cellmate, who was a person that was convicted of a quadruple murder, serving a life sentence. Could this possibly serve as a propensity for him to receive a reduced sentence or a new trial? That's something that can be in play. But bigger than that, there hasn't really been an authentication process to support the conclusion of this being drawn up by Jeffrey Epstein. But when we look to the lens of what the correctional staff has a responsibility for doing, they are responsible for monitoring an inmate that's on suicide watch. Remember, we had two letters. The first letter was proved to be an unsuccessful attempt at Jeffrey Epstein attempting to take his life. The second letter supports the conclusion of the suicide was a success. However, we have to also bear in mind the correctional staff that was in attendance on the day that Jeffrey Epstein took his life. We have one of those individuals that's since been terminated for actually sleeping on duty. So when the actual suicide occurred, the correctional officer in question that was tasked with the security of Jeffrey Epstein was asleep. So we see that the response from the Bureau of Prisons was disproportionate to what the threat was.
And that's so interesting, because I did want to talk to you about that. How did multiple procedural failures and staffing breakdowns contribute to the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein? Because many people were really shocked when he was successful in taking his own life, because this was such a high-profile case.
One of the points of contention is the Bureau of Prisons, meaning the prison authorities that were responsible for the security of Jeffrey Epstein, were severely shorthanded. So based on them being shorthanded, we had officers that were performing excessive overtime tours. Case in point, the officer in question that was responsible for providing the security for Jeffrey Epstein was actually on overtime. So why was the Bureau of Prisons not able to backfill the attrition rate of their staffing as it relates to not just Jeffrey Epstein, but the whole of all inmates concerned that were being incarcerated? Two, whenever you have an inmate that, as I mentioned earlier, that was on possible suicide watch, there's a series of training or professional development that's introduced to correction officers to ensure that they make the proper observation and make the proper placement as it relates to an inmate in question that's on suicide watch. And that would be something on the lines of possibly transferring that individual to an isolation cell or transferring them to a wing within that prison facility. It can possibly even be a hospital wing, but that would ensure a more formalized approach in terms of gaining the observations. And that's clearly something that didn't happen. So it begs the question as to what is the oversight from the hierarchy in the Bureau of Prisons? And the answer is it has been a systemic failure.
You say it's been a systemic failure when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. Darren, have changes been made to make sure this doesn't happen again? Because that might be something that many people are thinking watching this. If Jeffrey Epstein managed, what's in place now?
The Bureau of Prisons has introduced a series of revolutions as it relates to training policies and procedure. But at the same token, since the death of Jeffrey Epstein, we've had numerous inmates that have died by either suicide or assaults by other inmates within the federal correction system. So although there have been these revisions that have been presented, the success has been somewhat limited. And the challenge is who is in place from the hierarchy perspective to ensure that there's an execution of appropriate policy? And the answer is it hasn't been anything of a substantive nature.
Darren, Portia, the mystery surrounding Jeffrey Epstein never seems to end. Thank you so much for speaking to me.
Thanks for having me as a guest.
Now, a Buddhist monk making his way along one of Thailand's most sacred rivers is capturing nationwide attention thanks to a pack of temple dogs. The paws on board have turned a morning ritual into a local sensation. Patrick Falk reports.
Long Po Chanman is a Buddhist monk from a village in central Thailand. Each morning, he and his pack of temple dogs glide down the sacred Chao Phraya River to conduct his alms round, collecting food donations. Long Po said what started with one abandoned dog at the temple has grown into a troop of 20.
Originally, there was only one. Then they bred, and people kept dropping off more. So we just kept taking care of them. Now they follow me everywhere because we normally sleep in the same room. And when I get up in the morning to go on the alms rounds, they bark and follow along. So they've been following me ever since.
The monk's daily excursion down the river with his furry friends has been a source of solace for many local worshippers.
Right now, there are so many stressful things. The economy, wars, the global situation. But just waking up and coming to see Luang Por, and the dogs boarding the boat with him, it lifts my heart. It gives me the strength to get through all the difficulties, the strength to work and get through each day.
The first time I came to make offerings, I saw Luang Por leading the dogs onto the boat. Oh wow, they walked in a line. It was so adorable. After I made my offering, I was waiting to give the offering dedicated to the monks, and Luang Por came back around again. Then the dogs jumped back onto the boat in such an orderly and cute way. It just felt good. It really healed my heart.
But it's not been without the occasional hazard. The monk says the dogs have fallen into the water before.
They were just playing around and teasing one another, but they can swim.
Luang Por says more people have been coming to make offerings since the story spread on social media. Making merit through food donations is a familiar part of daily Buddhist life. But doing it with a dozen dogs enjoying the riverside scenery has turned this morning routine into a heartwarming spectacle. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Tesla China-made EV sales recorded a 6 month of gains. The 36% leap in sales was boosted by the production of about 80,000 deliveries of the Model 3 and Model Y vehicles built at the Shanghai plant. Amazon has become the first retailer in the UK to start a drone delivery service in Darlington. Packages weighing less than £5 and containing items such as batteries and cables will be couriered within a 7.5-mile radius. Amazon will carry out a maximum 10 flights an hour or up to 100 deliveries a day, and that will be on the weekdays. A reminder of our top stories. The US and Iran edge closer to reaching a short-term deal as Trump predicts the conflict will be over quickly. Meanwhile, US senators gather in Beijing ahead of Trump and Xi's upcoming meeting this month. And Rubio is in Rome. The US Secretary of State attempts to calm tensions between Washington and the Vatican. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Could a deal be on the horizon? Just hours after the US announced a surprise pause to its operation in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has hinted there's the possibility safe and sustainable passage could resume. So who's made concessions? And if an agreement is reached, who comes out on top? We put it to our panel. That's coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us.
The war in Iran and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz have triggered what many are calling the most significant global energy security shock in decades, disrupting a critical artery that carries roughly a fifth of the world's oil and LNG supplies. As prices surge and supply chains strain, the implications extend far beyond short-term volatility. This crisis is beginning to reshape the trajectory of the global energy transition, shifting the narrative from climate-driven policy to one increasingly centered on security, resilience, and diversification. At the same time, the LNG market is entering a period of profound rebalancing, with up to 20% of global supply disrupted and medium-term tightness now a central concern for both Asia and Europe. In this context, new winners and losers are emerging, from the United States positioning itself as a swing supplier to Russia benefiting from higher prices and renewed demand for pipeline gas. Against this backdrop, we speak with our guest. Joining us from Japan, Tatiana Mitrova, the research fellow at Center for Global Energy Policy, to unpack how this conflict is redefining global energy markets, altering investment priorities, and potentially accelerating or delaying the next phase of the energy transition. Tatiana, thank you so much for joining me on the show. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Over the last few weeks, we have had a number of declarations and announcements and statements made to the effect of whether the Strait of Hormuz is closed, partially opened, or fully opened. Who actually decides whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not? And more importantly, what are the criteria?
So I think it's quite clear that no single actor can declare the Strait of Hormuz commercially open in a meaningful sense. In practice, the strait is open only when four conditions are met. When physical passage is possible, not the case today. When ship owners are willing to sail, again, we don't see it. When, most importantly, insurers provide coverage at a workable price, and when cargoes can move in predictable schedules. None of these things is met today. And I think it's quite clear that it's not a military question. It's not even a legal question. It's a commercial question. Market participants should decide whether it's secure or not to use the strait. And at the moment, we do not see it happening at all. Though there were many announcements that it's opened, then again closed. For the shipping industry, right now it is still closed.
Energy security again makes a strong comeback in 2026 in light of the war on Iran and the closure of the Hormuz Strait. How does this impact global efforts to transition to renewables, which arguably has taken a hit in the last couple of years, right? Keeping in mind that the driver this time could be less related to climate and more to security. What are your thoughts here?
You're right. For several years, the dominant question was how fast can we decarbonize? Now the question is increasingly how can we remain secure, resilient, and economically competitive? So it's not necessarily the transition we were talking about previously. It's a changing logics. The Iranian war is pushing governments towards energy policy, which is much more focused on resilience, redundancy, on grid development, storage, flexible power, and reduced exposure to vulnerable import routes. In certain cases, it coincides with the energy transition as we knew it before. Higher electrification, domestic low-carbon power, solar, wind, which reduce import dependency, growing electricity storage, which provides higher adaptability of the grids, the grid development and interconnectivity, all these sorts of energy efficiency and demand flexibility. This is part which is more or less aligned with a typical energy transition logic. But it's also favoring all the other local resources, including even coal. Yeah, we see right now Japan, Korea, and many other Southeast Asian countries, they are actually increasing utilization of their existing coal-fired power plants because they need energy badly right now and they cannot find replacement for the missing barrels and BCMs of the Gulf hydrocarbons. It is also the current situation, it is increasing momentum for nuclear power. Just recently in Tokyo, I've heard representatives from Philippines, from Vietnam, from several other countries discussing their focus on medium and small-scale reactors in order to provide a base load for their electricity generation once they felt this Gulf shock. It is also favoring the local oil and gas developments because, again, countries which are import-dependent, they feel vulnerable and they want to ensure at least some security. So I'm not sure if it is like a normal energy transition as we knew it before. It's rather transition towards more secure and reliable system.
Interesting. Now, Tatiana, I want to move to the LNG market, and I know that's a topic close to your heart. With Qatari LNG, which amounts to some 20% of global supplies, is shut out of the market, and damages in Qatari facilities reportedly needing a couple of years to fix and rebuild. How does this materially change the LNG market moving into the next decade?
Just before February, the gas discussion was centered around arriving LNG glut. All the market participants were expecting the next biggest LNG wave and already preparing for oversupply and very low gas prices. Now it has turned 180 degrees with the Qatar energy outages and quite unclear repair schedule. So yes, they've announced 3 to 5 years, which is a lot. But the war is also postponing the other developments which were scheduled in the northern field. It has also put on hold all the production, not only in the Gulf, but also in the Israeli offshore. So the global market is missing significant volumes of LNG. I would say if the situation remains where it is, it might amount up to 30 million tons in a quite short period of time. So it is important for the market participants now to change their mentality and perception from abundance to scarcity. And given that there are very few new additions coming to the market in 2026, just 3 projects in the US, several trains, so it's not a massive growth, and another couple of tiny additions in Pacific region. Basically, we do not have replacement for the missing volumes. It's not easy to find such huge amounts of gas supplies, neither LNG supplies nor pipeline gas supplies. So now the markets start to panic. You can see it already reflected in the prices, especially in the Asian region, which relied much more on Qatari LNG. 80% of it was going to Asia. So Asian consumers, they already see demand destruction. They have to switch to the other fuels or just reduce their consumption, introduce some rationing. The other consumers, like European, they are still they are competing for the LNG cargoes, hoping to secure sufficient volumes in order to start refilling storage facilities for the next winter. So I'm afraid it's going to be a rather tough competition and deficit market in the months to come.
And we're going to expand more on the European gas situation and their gas reserves prior to winter. But I would like to ask you, Tatiana, do you think that the U.S. is one of the biggest winners of this war when it comes to oil and LNG, and it's specifically on the LNG side? I would like to hear your thoughts on that and whether why or why not the U.S. is the biggest winner from this war.
So, first of all, I would like to say that there are no winners in this war. Even the U.S., if you are looking from the macroeconomic perspective, is losing because the prices for gasoline, for other fuels are going up, and the U.S. economy is facing similar inflationary pressure as the other economies in the world. But if we are talking specifically about the U.S. oil and gas industry, yeah, it has a certain windfall simply because of the higher higher prices, but also it is now benefiting from higher demand, and it can better place its new arriving volumes, especially the US LNG industry. It was already beginning to struggle to make contracts for the new projects under development. Now it's out of question. There is a queue among the customers who are willing to offtake the new US LNG volumes. So in this respect, yeah, it provides certain support to the projects which are already coming, like Golden Pass and Corpus Christi and Plaquemines and the others. It is also providing much better support for the projects which have not yet made FID, but now the rationale for final investment decisions is much more clear, and bankability of these projects is increasing. It's also the war is supporting the U.S. oil production, though we see that still many oil companies are hesitant to quickly increase their output because they are afraid that the situation of high prices and high demand may not last for long. So they are cautious regarding their investments. So they keep capital discipline. But I think with each week of the conflict lasting, they will become more and more enthusiastic about making new investments. So yes, US oil and gas industry is winning to a certain extent, but I would say most of the other countries are losing.
What about Russia then, Tatiana? What are the ramifications of the current Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? How does it impact demand for Russian oil and gas, whether on the short term or structurally on the long term?
You know, just before this war started, in the end of February, Russian government was already discussing massive budget cuts. And the February 28th came as a real blessing for the Russian economy, with a sudden increase in prices. And for the first time in many years, Urals is traded with a premium to Brent. So it was absolutely unexpected in all the calculations of the Russian economic ministry. There is indeed a huge spike in the demand for Russian oil. And we saw that many customers, especially in Asia, who didn't want to take Russian barrels during the past few months, are now very happy to get it. There was also a certain geopolitical benefit because the U.S. provided these waivers, consequential waivers for sanctioned Russian barrels, and it also helped to support demand. India and the other countries are very actively purchasing Russian oil, but and there is a very important clarification. It is right now just a windfall. Yeah, so the same volumes, but higher prices. And during the past 2 months, Ukrainian forces were very active attacking Russian export infrastructure, first of all in the Baltic Sea, but also in the Black Sea as well. So actually, Russia has lost quite significant capacity for a period of time temporarily, but it was not able to completely utilize this windfall opportunity. And looking forward, I would say that these days, Russia has quite limited capacity to significantly increase production and export volumes, talking about both oil and petroleum products. 4 years of Russia-Ukrainian war, 4 years of underinvestment, they play their role. It will take quite some time before Russian oil companies would be ready to invest. At the moment, all their investment resources are basically absorbed by the government. Yeah, so there should be a massive revision in the Russian state energy policy, and significant upstream investments are needed in order to make a visible increase in the Russian oil output and exports. My gut feeling is that at least for 2026, it will be just a windfall, depending on how long the prices will remain elevated. With the gas, the situation is not driven by the upstream. Russia is still producing a lot and could produce much more gas. The key limitation is export infrastructure. So with all the sanctions on LNG and severe shortage of LNG tankers, Russia cannot produce and cannot move more LNG to the markets. And with the pipeline, I mean, Power of Siberia 1 is already completely utilized, so Russia cannot push more gas to China at the moment. And with Europe, Russia would be happy to export more, but Europe is phasing out Russian gas supplies step by step. By the end of 2026, there should be basically no more significant flows from Russia.
Sure.
So it's more a question of regulation and infrastructure availability.
On the infrastructure, Tatiana, if you remember the last time we had you on the program some 7 months ago, it was to discuss the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline that at the time took one further step forward. Would the Strait of Hormuz closure change China's calculus towards the Power of Siberia 2 and hasten its construction? And more generally, would the current events in the Gulf further enhance the energy relationship between Russia and China?
Most likely, yes. We don't know yet. We don't see any evidence, but logically thinking, China, which was always very much preoccupied with its energy security, accumulating all these strategic petroleum reserves and diversifying as much as possible its supply mix, now feels much better than many of its Asian neighbors. So looking at the Gulf situation, it's quite reasonable to accept that China will try to further diversify its supply mix, and Russia is candidate number one with its Power of Siberia 2 potential. But at the same time, first of all, it's not only Russia, which can be part of a diversified portfolio. Just a week ago, China has actually signed a new memorandum with Turkmenistan on the fourth stage of Galkanish field development, and very actively discusses line D construction, so further expansion of Turkmenistan gas supplies. And second, even if it is Russian gas coming to China, the question for Russia is when, at what price, and what are the conditions regarding financing and take-or-pay volumes. So it might be tricky, and I assume China will still be a very hard negotiator for these contracts if it happens.
I want to go back to Europe. How's Europe faring so far when it comes to gas specifically, given that its gas storage is around 30% at the moment? Will it be able, you think, to hit the 90% target before next winter, given the shutdown of the Qatari LNG?
It is already very stretching. We don't know for how long the situation in the Gulf will be as it is. But if it lasts further in the summer, then I believe it will become nearly impossible to reach this goal of 90%. European Union has actually certain flexibility, so there might be some easing of this target, but nevertheless, the coming winter for Europe is going to be rather difficult. At the moment, though, I should say Europe doesn't have any physical gas deficit. In March, cargoes which departed from Qatar were just arriving to Europe. In April, Europe managed to replace the missing volumes with the increased pipeline gas supplies, first of all via Turk Stream, Russian gas still coming. For the next month, it will receive LNG cargoes from the US, certain replacement of Qatar energy from Golden Pass. So for the time being, for the European gas balance, it's still okay. But indeed, the next winter problem and the storage refill, that is going to be quite tough.
And if we extend the timeline for Europe to the medium term, let's say, how does the war on Iran further complicate the EU's energy security and transition outlook coming off the back of the 2022 Ukraine war and its continued pivot away from Russia, like you rightly told us a little while ago? They are planning by the end of the year to almost totally transition away from Russian hydrocarbons.
This is a very challenging situation for the whole European energy system. So it decided to get rid of Russian hydrocarbons. That was painful, that was difficult, but now it is this moment is approaching, and right at this time the crisis in the Gulf happened. So now Europe has to diversify away from two of its major energy suppliers, Russia and Gulf countries. There is a third major supplier, the US. We've discussed it. But if you keep in mind the very recent events around Greenland, and overall tensions between the US and the EU, obviously European consumers do not feel 100% confident that the US is a reliable supplier in this situation. So definitely they would prefer to have more diversified supply mix rather than relying only on the US. But there are very few additional sources. So Europe is looking at North Africa, Algeria, Morocco, which have very limited upside at the moment. So in 3-5 years, if the upstream investments are made and proper investment climate is created, then probably it would be much more. But at the moment, we are talking about just very tiny potential additions. Similarly to the Caspian gas, Azerbaijan in particular, the potential is huge, but you need to invest $1 billion in the offshore upstream and in the capacity increase in order to bring these, to produce these volumes and to bring them to Europe. So there are other LNG projects globally, like in Africa, in Latin America, but they all take time. So there is no immediate simple solution, no immediate relief. And it means that Europe will have, first of all, to try to attract each and every molecule available globally. It will also have most likely to go for certain demand limitation, demand destruction, especially among the industrial consumers, I think is inevitable at the current price level. Improving energy efficiency, doubling down on energy transition and renewables. So it will be a very complex task with a difficult transitional period. So 2026, 2027, no simple solution and quite a difficult adaptation for Europe.
Well, we're going to have to end on that sobering note. It's always a pleasure to have you with us and bringing clarity to our discussions. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center for Global Energy Policy, thank you for making time and joining us on the show.
Thank you so much.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into four main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ, और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है.
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi Gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi Gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men tried to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization.
They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi Gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement, they work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. The Gulabi Gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them, whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials. We are always ready with our sticks. And I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they are like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi Gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi gang. The Gulabi gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the Talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is Talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds, we need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years. It's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5 mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag off issues They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi Gang people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi Gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the, we can say, policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the Pink Gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
Could a deal be on the horizon just hours after the US announced a surprise pause to its operation in the Strait of Hormuz? Iran has hinted there's the possibility safe and sustainable passage could resume. So who's made concessions? And if an agreement is reached, who comes out on top? We put it to our panel. That's coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Could a deal be on the horizon? Just hours after the US announced a surprise pause in its operation in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has hinted there's the possibility safe and sustainable passage could resume. So who's made concessions? And if an agreement is reached, who comes out on top? We put it to our panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. that the end of Operation Epic Fury, or just the end of the beginning? We've gone from the Trump administration hyping up its project to safely guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
We have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones, and surveillance aircraft, providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial vessels.
And then it paused Project Freedom after less than 48 hours. We've had the Secretary of Defense insisting the ceasefire with Iran is holding firm as missile interceptions boomed once again across the United Arab Emirates. And the Secretary of State declaring the war is over, while President Trump reiterated threats to hit Iran hard.
Yeah, look, the Operation Epic Fury is concluded. We achieved the objectives of that operation.
We don't want to go in and kill people. We really don't. I don't want to. It's too tough. They're great people. I don't want to.
Is this all just part of a US pressure strategy to force Iran to accept a deal? Or is it a sign the US is on the ropes? As both countries escalate their war of words, the region is nervously waiting to see if either will put those words into action. Coming up, we'll ask our panel what's behind the president's decision to pause Project Freedom. Has the president caved to Iranian retaliation or forced Tehran to negotiate? And is the region as a whole safer or more dangerous as a result of the war? Stay with us. Joining us for this debate is Tobias Ellwood, a former British Middle East minister and Conservative MP. Arash Azizi joins us once again, lecturer at Yale University and author of What Iranians Want, Women, Life, Freedom. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Nima Rostami Al-Hoshid, a geopolitical analyst and host of Dialogue Works. To all of you, gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. So, as is often the case during this war, it was via social media that President Trump broke the news that Project Freedom was going on hiatus. The US promised to guide vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. It came into effect on Monday morning, but by Tuesday night, it was off again. But President Trump insists it's not because it failed, it's because it was so successful that Iran has made greater progress towards finalising a deal. Iran's foreign ministry has called the US proposal more of a wish list than reality. President Trump says if Tehran doesn't agree, more intense bombing will resume. So, Nima, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reaffirmed that Operation Epic Fury has concluded and that the US has achieved its objectives. Is it over? And if so, was it successful?
I don't think that the Operation Epic Fury is over because, you know, the main objective of this war, they have started with this war with the main, the so-called regime change in Iran. So that was the main objective. I think to understand what was happening so far with this attack, we have to understand what was happening before Donald Trump being elected in the United States. Looking at the Middle East, it was, the acts of resistance. Looking at what has happened in Lebanon, the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah together with his commanders. We had the case of Syria, the fall of Bashar Assad. And then Donald Trump came to power feeling that the acts of resistance was weakened. So he can do something about it. And the government in Israel was supporting that sort of idea because they had, you remember what has happened in Venezuela with the case of Venezuela, the regime change. All of them together gave Donald Trump this sort of mindset that they can do regime change in Iran.
Do you think Israel was supporting it or was Israel pushing it?
Israel was the main, the main motive behind what has happened against Iran. The United States was not there because we have to accept that the Israeli government and Israeli Mossad has each and everything in the Middle East because they're running the show in the Middle East. The Israeli foreign policy is running the show in the Middle East. It's not about the Trump administration or the Biden administration. As we've learned from John Kerry, the former Secretary of State of the United States, he said that Benjamin Netanyahu has asked each and every president in the United States to attack Iran. but nobody gave the green light to Benjamin Netanyahu but Donald Trump. Donald Trump did that because he wanted some sort of regime change like what has happened in Venezuela. He felt that that would bring Iran, that would change the whole atmosphere in Iran and in the region. And I think the objective on the part of the United States and on the part of Israelis were not the same. And Israel doesn't want Iran as a country as it is today. They want to destroy the country, huge sort of chaos, as we're witnessing in Syria. They're bombing Syria right now as we talk. And they don't care about what has happened, and they're never satisfied with this situation. That's why they want the only country that in the region that in their mind is supporting the axis of resistance, as they call it, the head of octopus. Let's destroy the head of octopus and bring everything down with the axis of resistance. That has failed totally, in my opinion.
All right. Arash, has it failed totally? And what do you make of Nima's assertion there that this was Israel's long-held plan all along?
Well, there's a contradiction in what Nima says. He says Israel decides, but then he says, Israel told Obama to attack, told Trump to attack. Well, Obama didn't attack, did it? So Israel doesn't decide. Israel, like all the other countries in the region, can try to push. Sometimes it gets its way, sometimes it doesn't. It's the United States that decides, and the United States who decided to go ahead with this war and join Israel in this war. And actually, conversely, when the United States decided to stop it, Israel could do nothing to counter that. And Netanyahu very much follows what Trump says, and he doesn't have a power to really go beyond him. So this idea that Israel calls the shots is not true, obviously. It's quite obvious. Now, in terms of failure, it's hard not to see this war as unsuccessful for both U.S. and Israel, however they define their goals. But they didn't always define their goals clearly in terms of regime change. At some point, they tried to define it as restricting Iran's ability to project power beyond its borders. The reality is the long-term consequences of the war are hard to tell now. It depends how it's concluded. It depends what kind of changes it will lead to. I always said from even before the war that it was going to have unpredictable consequences, and we are seeing that because it's really a complex number of things. But anyways, there does remain a good chance that the United States and Iran can come to an agreement that will be transformative. I think war was a bad idea. I think these goals of such an agreement could have been achieved without war. But at any rate, that agreement could really change the nature of power in the region, could help integrate Iran to the region and, really change how it conducts itself in the region and beyond.
Okay, Tobias, pick up on that. Arash is saying that Netanyahu doesn't have, or Israel doesn't have the power to call the shots. What do you make of that? And do you think, as Arash does, that there's the chance of a transformative agreement here?
Well, good evening. I think it's a little bit more nuanced, as often these things are. When Marco Rubio made clear, the Secretary of State from the United States, that it looked like Israel was going to launch a preemptive strike for which Iran would no doubt retaliate against American bases. Rubio then said that's when we decided to step in as well. And I think that's a worrying decision. I look at this from a military perspective as a former soldier. This is a textbook example of how not to go to war. No clear achievable objectives, no alliance built, no exit strategy, vague timelines, inconsistent messaging, and a real uncertainty about what victory actually looks like. We've now got a ceasefire, and just making it clear also the reason why the war did stop when it did was it was about to run into a 60-day mark, and from a congressional perspective, that's important because any American president needs approval by Congress to continue a war. So that's why Rubio was in the embarrassing situation of saying Operation Epic Fury actually had concluded. And yet what we're seeing is the fact that the Straits of Hormuz is still controlled or very much influenced by Iran. The regime is in place, even if personalities have changed. In fact, I would argue that the regime is even emboldened because what they're doing on the ground is the oppression against its own people have continued. And yes, militarily, economically, they are weakened, but they're surviving and they're willing to continue the war, realizing that actually the economic consequences that we're all enduring now is having a lot of pressure on Donald Trump. He's about to go to China. He really wants this wrapped up in some form or other so he can go there perhaps with a cleaner sheet, not have this at the top of the agenda. And it is worrying. The bigger picture here is what will America do next? In Venezuela was mentioned. I think that's critical to comment on. The ease in which that was done, I think, made Trump and his acolytes almost punch drunk, if you like, to be able to say, hey, we can do this wherever we like. And let's be clear, though, that Iran has been a problem for successive American presidents. The proxy influence has not been addressed. That's very, very clear. Israel, quite rightly, can say, where has the rest of the world been for the last few decades? But this is not the way that you make the Middle East more peaceful. In fact, we've seen the opposite.
Arash, has it emboldened the Iranian leadership rather than weakened it?
Well, neither actually. What it's done is it's made a transition in the Iranian leadership, a transition that was long time coming, and the war just eased it. Ayatollah Khamenei was like 86, 87. He was going to die, and there was going to be a transition. Now, the fact that he was killed in war as opposed to dying peacefully colored this transition a little bit, although I'm not sure it would have been actually a whole lot different had he just died peacefully, on February 27th. And this transition gives power away from Khamenei's one-man rule. Khamenei was characterized by a terrible ideological rigidity, Islamist ideological rigidity, and tactical, cautiousness that had meant but Iran kind of was getting worse of the words. It was not a bold country or initiating things in many ways. And at the same time, it also was not ready to show flexibility to open up the economic dead end that it had walked itself into. Now we are having a new generation of people in power. These are some of the military commanders like Bagher Ghalibaf, who had led Iran and the IRGC during the 1980s, and who are, quite a bit younger than Khamenei, although they're also kind of old men. But, as I said, these are the men of the 80s, people who later on in the 80s and who in the last 20 years have fought America and Israel in military positions. They now will control Iran. They are controlling Iran. And I think first of all, it's too early to see what kind of posture they'll end up having on a more permanent basis. I think we should be humble there because you can't predict these things necessarily. This is their first chance at the job. I don't think they do. I don't even think they know. But I think it would be a wholly different equation than under Khamenei. I think they would be less ideologically rigid, but also less, less worried about using military power, so slightly more trigger happy. What this will result to, what kind of this, where would this alchemy leave us with in terms of the regional order remains to be seen. But it's not. I don't think it's terms like they're more hardline. Or they're less hardline are really helpful because it's really a sort of different beast.
Well, could I jump in here? I mean, I admire the optimism that's just been expressed there, but what we're seeing on the ground is the IRGC specifically take advantage of the chaos, take advantage of the fact that there isn't media following what's going on, and get rid of a lot of the opposition. People are being hanged, they're being executed, and the Iranian people are scared. So to suggest that somehow this will be a milder form of a regime than we had before, I think we should anticipate it's going to be very much as they would. In fact, it's going to be tougher because economic hardship will then kick in. There's going to be a struggle to actually even provide water, let alone keep the lights on and get the economy going. Therefore, the entire population will suffer. The elites will secure what they need to the detriment of the rest of the population. I think we're in for a very, very difficult time, and it's going to be, the harsh reality is that the regime will be, I think, even more brutal. That's what we need to anticipate than we've seen in the past.
I think a few things need to be divided here a little bit. The regime is certainly brutal toward the Iranian people. It has executed many, has doubled down on its brutality toward people, is ever more authoritarian. There's no doubt about any of that. Nevertheless, its posture regionally, internationally, and toward the United States, I think it's not easily definable in terms of less or more hardline. And as I said, it's gone through transition. The first thing this regime did post-Khamenei, by the way, it was under Khamenei that it killed tens of thousands of Iranian protesters back in January, up to 20,000. So this is what the Islamic Republic has done long ago. But the first thing the new regime did under Ghalibaf effectively was to hold the highest level talks ever with the United States, with direct talks to J.D. Vance, something that Khamenei would have never allowed. So this shows you that there is initiative and there are positive changes. It's not so much about just being optimistic. I try to be optimistic, but it's that very cool-headed material analysis will show that these new leaders might, precisely because of the economic problems that you point to, might pick different paths that would open up in Iran. It is also possible, unfortunately, that they'll continue to rule over a semi-ruined Iran that is economically semi-ruined and stay in power for a long time and have a sort of very dour scenario for the Iranian people. That's also possible.
Nima, I can see, you wanted to jump in. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, what's happening, I think we're losing the big picture of what's going on. The United States has started this war because they look at what they're talking about right now. It's all about the Iranian nuclear program. But that was not the objective, because they had it on the table before this war started. Iran was negotiating with them 2 times. They started the attack. This is the second round of war that is happening. And I think we're heading toward the third round of war. And I don't see Donald Trump being able to understand the Iranian position. They attack Iran. They thought that Iran would be fragile. Everything is collapsing from within. I was there. I remember I was there in Iran. I was visiting Iran in December 2025 when this sort of protest started. And we know what has happened because the U.S. Treasury Secretary said that because of the tremendous pressure, economic pressure on Iranian people. They forced Iranian people into a street. Then we had the Mossad agent. We had all of them. Basically, we had Mike Pompeo pointing out that Mossad agents are among Iranian people on the streets. So when it started, it was a protest, literally a protest. People were not happy with the economy. Then they turned the protests into riots. And here you see they're destroying everything inside Iran. And it's not just about Mike Pompeo. We had Israeli media pointing out.
Because, Mike Pompeo is not a U.S. official now. He doesn't have direct, military clearance. So we have to bear that in mind as well.
But you can find Pompeo's tweet on X. And he said that the Mossad agents are among Iranian people, Iranian protesters on the streets. So what has happened? I brought this up to understand what has happened inside Iran. From outside, putting tremendous sanctions on Iran. From inside, trying to manipulate the economy. And Donald Trump himself just recently, a week ago, he said that we've sent a lot of weapons to Iranian people. And they didn't get to the hand of Iranian people. They're in the hand of the Turkish, Iraqi Kurdistan. I think that's a false allegation, but he sent a lot of weapons to Iranian people. This is the manipulation that we're dealing with in the region. And they thought that they can bring down the Iranian government by putting a lot of pressure, economic pressure from outside and inside, and then attacking Iran. That was the main agenda, in my opinion. That has totally failed. When you talk about that the United States didn't have any sort of strategy, what does it mean? If you want to start a war, you have to have some sort of strategy. It means that you are seeking some sort of regime change in Iran. That's why you don't have a strategy, because you feel in 4 days, as they've mentioned so far, that they thought that the Iranian government would, collapse. That didn't happen. This is the reality of what's going on in Iran. And you can talk about IRGC and this component in Iran right now, but that doesn't make sense, because it means that you call about Navy, the U.S. Navy is different from the American people. That's not the case. The IRGC is part of the Iranian army, and the most important, effective as we've been witnessing with this war, because they built these missiles and drones. That's the strategy of IRGC. That was the United States was not able to defeat Iran. All of them, the United States together with Israel, they couldn't defeat Iran. If they've been able to do that, nobody would have ever talked about ceasefire and these sort of talks. Because, before this war started, the main issue was Iranian nuclear program. Right now, they're somehow talking and negotiating on the Strait of Hormuz. Just look at what has happened so far.
Well, as you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz, we have President Trump now saying that Project Freedom, this project to guide vessels through the strait, is now on a pause. Tobias, has the US capitulated because of the retaliation we saw from Iran on Monday and Tuesday, or has Iran maybe realised that there is some very strong threats coming their way if they were to keep up that sort of retaliation, and President Trump is opening the door for diplomacy?
Well, it's clear that Donald Trump wants an off-ramp. I mean, he realizes this isn't going well. I was in America the last couple of weeks, and it was quite astonishing just how open people are in expressing their disdain, their dislike for this war. The Republicans and the MAGA supporters, this is very anti the Trumpian talk, that he built up in his own election campaign, saying, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to relinquish ourselves from being the global policeman and wandering around and starting wars. And yet this is exactly what he's done. And of course, there's the economic impact with the cost of petrol, of gas going up, affecting people right across the board. You've got the midterms just around the corner. So he clearly needs a way to get out. Again, I visited the State Department, where I still have lots of friends that I worked with when I was a minister. And I was horrified to learn that over 100 experts from the Middle East, these are neutral people. These aren't partisan politicos and advisors. These are good old civil servants that know their stuff, who are no longer in the State Department able to offer the advice, the detail that we've actually just skimmed the surface on of what's actually going on in Iran. And that's why you've got this inner circle that actually will not challenge Donald Trump. He saw this as an opportunity, I think got caught up in the noise with Benjamin Netanyahu and ended up in this horrible war with, as we pointed out, has no clear strategy. So, and then the madness of having this Project Freedom that you just touched on, lasting, I think, only a few hours before that was called to a halt as well. The tactics that the RGC are deploying are quite impressive. It's asymmetric warfare, and it's very difficult for a big armed force, that even though it's got superior military might, to be able to prevent that. You only need one or two shots against a civilian tanker for the tanker themselves to call up and say, am I insured still? And of course, if they have no insurance, they're going to stay put. There are now 1,600 tankers waiting to get out, and they're stuck. And of course, the economic impact of that is causing more pressures too. So this is, I think Trump is looking for a clever way out. And this is why he's desperate, I think, now, and realizes that Iran is pushing forward. Iran would not happily, but actually keep the fight going. So I think we're going to see Trump having to agree something, which he's going to call a victory. But actually, we all know that it's a humiliation for the American president.
Arash, is he en route for humiliation? I mean, backflipping on Project Freedom after the Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth was touting its success only hours after, it doesn't look like a strong victory for the United States. Does Iran have the upper hand?
Well, it's all about how the President Trump will end this. He still has the opportunity to end it in a way that wouldn't look so humiliating to him. If a deal is reached in which he can claim that he solved Iran's nuclear problem, that he brought Iran to the fold, hey, if it reaches to the level where Iran has to establish diplomatic ties, if he does something drastic like this, involving other countries, which I think it's a possibility, it's a tough possibility. It requires a lot of patient diplomacy that he might simply not have. But if he does these things, it could very much not look like a humiliation, but even a historic win. He can claim to have ended the hostility with Iran that no president since Carter has been able to do. But it remains a tough order. The president is also very polarizing, by which I mean people who like him or don't like him are not going to change their mind over one issue. This is a particularly unpopular war. And the way it goes, if he's not able to reach any of these goals, it might really risk him looking bad even to his supporters. But as I said, he has sort of his own calculus also. Certainly, his image of the president of peace has already been tarnished and will be tarnished for a long time. But if, again, it's a big if, but if he's able to end this with some sort of an end of historical hostility between Iran and the United States, surely he can count it as the furthest thing from humiliation as some sort of victory.
That isn't going to happen. I mean, there's just no chance. There's nothing on the horizon that suggests we're anywhere near close to that. Iran is still, as we touched on, able to effect its influence across the Straits of Hormuz. But most critically, which I think is what we all agree with, is Iran with a nuclear weapon is very, very dangerous indeed. And there's nothing to suggest that Iran is willing to sort of give up that intent. I just think back at my time in the armed forces, the Bosnia, the Dayton Peace Accords, that it took months and months to get those agreements from three parties that were involved there. The document was 150 pages long, and to get a detailed peace deal, for a ceasefire to last, this requires the patience that Donald Trump simply does not have. And I fear that the actual reality we're facing is that Donald Trump will walk away from this, and you'll end up with the Straits of Hormuz opening, but Iran will be left being able to charge any ship that then goes through, and the world will be willing to pay for it just because it's cheaper than more war, which potentially would be the other option. And Donald Trump will simply say, we've done enough. You guys weren't there. Where was NATO? Which was a false question anyway, because NATO doesn't do overseas exercises and operations like this. But he will spin it that somehow the rest of the world wasn't there for America. America did it best, but I'm now going home.
Well, the Dayton conference itself only took about 3 weeks, as you know. And yes, it was preceded by a lot of trends and processes, but so has been the current process. So I'm not saying it's very likely, but it's not as impossible as you make it out to be. If the United States and Iran find the political will, there exists tons of different concepts, previous agreements that could help them reach some sort of an agreement. In fact, it's interesting that you brought Dayton in, because that was also very intractable in many ways, had included a lot of blood. Nevertheless, the final conference took only a couple of weeks. Clinton was in fact criticized for pushing it too hard. But nevertheless, a peace was reached that has survived to this day, very shakily, but it has survived to this day, more than 30 years later. So I think it is possible to be slightly more optimistic that there could be a deal made in the Iranian case as well.
Nima?
Looking at the deal and the agreement, I think what we've learned from the Iranian side, they have a proposal of 3 steps. The first step would be putting an end to the war on all fronts. It means that between Iran and the United States and between Israel and Lebanon. And the second step is the Strait of Hormuz. Then the third step, the nuclear program of Iran. So I don't see the first step happening. That's why we're not going to have any sort of deal when it comes to the United States and negotiation. And we don't have serious negotiators on the part of the United States. We haven't seen that before. We haven't seen in Ukraine. We haven't seen that with the negotiations between Iran, Steve Witkoff together with Jared Kushner. These are not serious diplomats. These are deal makers. And nobody would care about what they're talking about. We had J.D. Vance joining the delegation, but that didn't change.
Is there a chance that this is what we need? That politics has moved on, the world has moved on. Maybe we do need deal makers.
But we have trained diplomats to negotiate. We had JCPOA. We know the process of JCPOA and how it took too much. It doesn't just overnight. You cannot declare victory. What I would see, I don't see any sort of chance of having any sort of agreement between Iran and the United States. That's not going to happen because they're not going to be able to stop Israel from attacking Lebanon. As we talk, they're attacking Dahia and Beirut. And this is the reality of what's going on. And the other point would be what has happened between the United States and Yemen. You remember when Donald Trump came to power, he said, I'm gonna punish Yemenis or Ansarullah in Yemen the way that the Biden administration was not able to do. He went to the Red Sea with aircraft carrier, with everything there. And finally, after all, he capitulated and said, the Yemenis are capitulating. I'm leaving the region because they agreed with us. That didn't happen. It's going to be the same. If he decides, it's all about Donald Trump. If he decides to capitulate, he's going to capitulate and declare victory and getting out of the region. If not, I don't see that happening. I don't see any sort of agreement happening between Iran and the United States because the gaps are so wide and there is no possibility of reaching any sort of agreement.
You mentioned the region there, so let me move us on to our next segment because Project Freedom has renewed fears that neighbouring Gulf countries would find themselves again in the firing line. I mean, only hours after it started, missile alerts were sounding in the United Arab Emirates again. But the White House insists that this whole operation has been, in part, to make the Middle East safer. This is what President Trump had to say from the Oval Office just the other day.
When I decided that I have to do this for the good of the world, not just the United States, in a way, we would have been in less trouble than a lot of other places. Certainly the Middle East would have been blown up. There wouldn't be a Middle East anymore. They would have taken over the Middle East.
When it's all said and done, Arash, has Operation Epic Fury made the region safer or more dangerous?
I think it's clear that it's made it more dangerous. It broke this taboo of war between Iran and several other countries in the region. It unleashed, unfortunately, it furthered the rift between the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council. It opened Iran's attacks on many of them. It destroyed, much infrastructure in all countries across the region. It has made resumption of war also possible. It has made it less safe, unfortunately, and it's clear that it would take a lasting deal, a lasting security picture that really keeps the region together, integrates Iran back into the region, brings a lasting settlement between Iran and the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council led by Saudi Arabia. It will take this to have a more secure region, but I don't think this war has helped at all. Both in conception and in execution, it has been hastily, brinksmanship-like, dangerous. I hope we can salvage the best out of it, but it certainly hasn't made any of us any safer.
Nima?
Yeah, I think we have to divide it in two sort of lines because in a short run, I agree with the other guests on this podcast, and he literally pointed out how this war, nobody wanted this war. Iran didn't want this war. I would say most of GCC countries didn't want this war because they want a prosperous region. They want a calm region, security, and everything together. That's the main objective on the part of all the governments, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Qatar, going and Kuwait, all of them together, Oman, all of them. So what has happened so far, I think in a long run would benefit the region. That's what, because of what has happened to American bases in GCC countries, because these GCC countries would understand that American bases, what was the main objective of having these American bases if they're not able to defend Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of these countries together. So what is that? It's all about Israel. It's all about the security of Israel, the ability of the United States, because all these radars in these countries were used to defend Israel and to communicate with the air defense systems in Israel. That was the whole game. I think as time goes by, they would understand that these bases would not bring any sort of security to the region, but they would bring some sort of chaos, as we've been witnessing with this war. This war has started. It's not going to end today or tomorrow. It's gonna last. It depends on the decision makers in the region, in all these countries, Iran and GCC countries. They have to come together. They have to understand what's at stake for the whole region, for the prosperity of the region. They have to understand that the region needs a new security architecture in which Israel doesn't have anything to do, doesn't have any decision to make. And that's what I don't see any sort of problem with the United States, because as I said before, the United States is not pursuing its objective. Its objectives are totally dependent on Israel's objective. They want what Israel wants. That's the problem. And I would say that this is a huge opportunity for all the governments in the region to come together, to talk with, and find a better solution for the region and for the future of the region.
Tobias, what do you make of that? This idea that US bases represent a security asset or a security risk?
I think you're going to see Gulf nations now reassessing their relationship with the United States, because you go to Abu Dhabi, Dubai, any of these places, Doha, they are futuristic cities, from a European perspective. They're offering tax-free investments and opportunity to live, work, and holiday on a different scale. And part of that was the fact that they were very peaceful and very, very safe. And of course, you cannot say that anymore. And why are they not safe is because they got caught in the crossfire because they are somehow linked or seen too close to the United States, particularly with many of the American bases being in the crosshairs themselves. So I think you're going to see a reassessment, whether that leads to anything is something else, but a reassessment of how close, particularly how volatile and unpredictable America has become. You're going to see China move in big time with the reconstruction opportunities, the One Belt, One Road programs. Already many of the Gulf nations are very, very close to China already. So China is going to benefit from this in a major way. And I think you're going to see America, particularly under Donald Trump, if he gets angry with any of these individuals, do what he did in Europe and Germany and start to remove troops and say, fine, you don't want me, I'm out of here. So you will see the kaleidoscope change somewhat. Just back to the previous comments, the idea that you can have any form of long-term peaceful architecture excluding Israel, I just think is mad, because I'm afraid it is the Israel Palestinian issue, which I'm afraid goes back to the Balfour, agreement and all the way back in history. That's at the core of this, and it's led to the proxies support from Iran. So absolutely we need to lean in and find a solution, partly because other bigger challenges are coming up, where there's bun fights over minerals, over keeping the lights on, over energy resources, water, and so on, climate change. We need to work on that together, and the more we're fighting each other, the more I'm afraid you're going to get all sorts of challenges which are going to affect the peoples there and lead to further wars themselves. So it's critical that we recognize what the state of play is now. This is Iran's regime is now going to be here. I feel that things will simmer down. I think there will be people are war weary now, but the tensions will not go away for some time.
We're almost out of time, so Arash, just quickly wrap us up on this regional point. US bases within the region, are they a security asset or a security liability?
Well, I mean, it's obviously security assets for these countries in the region, because they're,
even though they were getting targeted as a result.
Well, I mean, what would happen if there were no bases? Then face more powerful countries in the region like Iran and Turkey and Pakistan, who, if these small Gulf countries had no, like, let's say if Kuwait had no foreign support, we saw what happened. Iraq marched, and it was the United States that helped save Kuwait. How else would a small country like Kuwait? So that's true of any country. Ask Georgia, which lives near Russia, Ukraine that lives next to Russia. Not having some international guarantee, you leave yourself more vulnerable. The thing that Iran tries to woo the countries and say, well, look, if only the US goes out of this region, we can all live happy and peacefully, with each other. Iran and other countries' behavior in countries where they don't have foreign bases, like Syria, doesn't quite suggest that. So no, I think obviously this security partnership has been valuable, and I think the other guy mentioned that these countries were safe and secure and futuristic, and they're not anymore. I mean, just because of one war, that doesn't mean that the whole thing is gone forever.
Okay.
These countries have built their development for a very long time. They'll support it. They'll continue to be also diverse, backing from different superpowers, China and others. It's It's not like their entire development model is over because of this war.
Okay, well, hopefully not. We're out of time, so we will have to leave it there. Unfortunately, Tobias Ellwood, former British Middle East Minister, Arash Azizi, lecturer at Yale University, and Nima Rostami Al-Khurshid, geopolitical analyst and host of the Dialogue Works show. Thank you so much for your analysis here on Counterpoints. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. You can, of course, catch all of our debates and interviews on Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and, of course, across X and TikTok. You can follow us for all the latest. We'll see you next time. Thanks for being here.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries, that now celebrate this day as their own, la fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying, or traditional, or even a ritual. But it's much more than that. We need it as it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally. and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling during the recent Gaza events for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney. Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, and a worldwide icon too, is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub, as the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US and Iran edge closer to reaching a short-term deal as Trump predicts the conflict will be over quickly. Meanwhile, US senators gather in Beijing ahead of Trump and Xi Jinping's upcoming meeting this month. And Rubio is in Rome. The US Secretary of State attempts to calm tensions between Washington and the Vatican. It will be over quickly. Those are the words of the US President Donald Trump, who has predicted a swift end to the war with Iran. Similarly, Iran's foreign minister has called for dialogue and diplomacy as it reviews the US proposal. President Trump remains adamant a deal can be done. Take a listen.
Having a little skirmish in Iran because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we're beating them badly, and they want to settle very badly. It'll all work out very quickly. But despite having that, you know, some people would call it a war. I call it a military operation, and for lots of reasons. But it's only that. And you know what happened in Venezuela? That was a one-day situation. Now we get along great with Venezuela. It was a one-day victory, and we're doing equally as well in Iran. And when you look at the kind of things that are happening, we are doing that for one very, very important reason. We cannot allow them to have a nuclear weapon. So I think most people that understand that, they understand that what we're doing is right. And it'll be over quickly. And
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Alex Malouf, a founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Alex and Shane, great to have you both on the show with me today. Shane, I want to start with you because Trump says a deal could come quickly. What makes this moment different from the previous failed attempts? Because, of course, President Donald Trump has said many times before that he thinks the end of the war is just around the corner.
No, I agree with what you said there. He's kind of like the president who's cried wolf a bit too many times, and he's declared that the Iranian Navy's at the bottom of the sea and that they don't have any air force. Lots of sort of outlandish claims. So it's difficult to take it seriously when it's coming from Donald Trump. But I think we can look at there's a lot of other sources that we can see as part of this. So the Pakistani delegation that is obviously moderating, they have come out and said that they expect a deal soon, and obviously they're not on either side of Iran or the US. But there's a couple of other elements that could make you quite optimistic. Donald Trump is meeting with the Brazilian president in the White House today, and Brazil and Iran are known to be diplomatically very close. So you would hope that they may sway sort of Trump to accept this 14-point one-page document which has been presented. The other one, and obviously one of the 14 points that is controlling this whole affair, is the Strait of Hormuz, and that whether it's going to be reopened. And one of my colleagues at AGBI, the lead story at the moment, is that Iran announced today the launch of something called the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which they're setting up to manage the smooth operation of ships through the strait, which again is important because 20% of global oil trade goes through this tiny piece of the world, and we've seen how it has affected. And speaking of oil, if you look at the oil market, I'm just looking at the moment, and Brent is down to 98 and WTI is down to 92. So that shows that, at least amongst the oil community, they see this as a positive move, and that Donald Trump is, there's some merit in what he is saying. But I think as well, if you look about how this is all going to play out, I saw an interesting report on Reuters saying, and what sources were telling them they predict is going to happen, is that there will be a formal declaration of the ending of the war. Then stage 2 will be sorting out the strait, which goes back to this Persian Gulf Strait Authority I was talking about. And then we'll be into a 30-day window, which negotiations will then be ongoing. And they'll talk about this 14-point document, and obviously nuclear power and a lot of the other stumbling blocks. So I think if we can get to that and then get into another 30 days of diplomacy and no more missiles and no more emergency phone alerts in Dubai, then I think everyone can be quite optimistic.
What Shane just said there is no more missiles, no more emergency alerts. But just before we came on the show, Alex, I said to you, we've had some breaking news lines through. Iran's Fars news agency says explosions heard near Bandar Abbas city. Iran's other news agency, Mehr news agency, is saying Qashem. We're also hearing blasts in that area of Iran. How significant is this? Obviously, must be careful to say we're getting these from Iranian sources, not verified across the board yet. But Bandar Abbas?
I think Bandar Abbas is one of the largest ports on Iran's side of the Gulf. It's an important port in terms of imports and also exports. It's not primarily an oil exporting port, but still it's a place which does a lot of trade, including with the Gulf as well, with the GCC states. It's very hard to know what is happening in terms of this conflict. Yesterday, when we had discussions in terms of these, this first part of reaching an agreement, so to speak, we had Israel bombing Beirut for the first time in several weeks. They said it was a targeted assassination when they hit the southern suburbs of Beirut and Dahia. And again, this conflict is just moving so quickly. It's almost like it's a social media war, how quickly it's moving. Every hour there's something new. You were saying as well in terms of the negotiations, each side is coming to this from a maximal position. Each side is saying, we want this. For example, Iran says, we want sanctions relief. We want our ports to be opened again. We still want to have control over our nuclear program. There's no discussion in terms of our missile program or our proxies. The US is obviously coming at it from a different perspective, which is basically we want Iran to stop nuclear missiles, proxies, and basically, essentially, in terms of their words, behave. You've got to think, though, how long did it take them to reach an agreement during the Obama administration with JCPOA? That took 18 months of direct negotiations. So while we want Hormuz to be opened up, we want trade to be flowing again, because that's going to be beneficial for pretty much everybody the world over, not just in terms of oil and gas, but then you've got fertilizers, you've got metals as well. You've also got items, imports coming into the Gulf and also to Iran, to Iraq. This is going to take some time. There's very little trust between the two sides. That's very clear. They've only had one face-to-face meeting in Islamabad a couple of weeks ago. This is not a conflict which is going to go away anytime soon.
I would agree with that school of thought from what we're seeing at the moment, because on Monday, the US President Donald Trump warned of escalation if Iran wasn't going to make a deal. Then on Tuesday, Rubio and the White House were all talking about this Project Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz. They were going to get these tankers through. That lasted 50 hours, and then it fell apart. And then on Wednesday, peace talks all of a sudden came back up again. And we're in this situation now where we've got this one-page memorandum that we are waiting for Iran to reply to via Pakistan mediators that the US has sent them. And it's important to note that that memorandum is just about the Strait of Hormuz. It's not about nuclear weapons. No. It's not about proxies. It's not about ballistic missiles. And it's a really confusing picture, because many people are saying, Alex and Shane, I don't know if I can put this to you, but many people are actually saying that right now, when we have a look at this, Trump is having to narrow the framework in order to get a quick deal to get Hormuz open, which wasn't even an issue before the US and Israel struck Iran.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Like we were talking we were talking earlier, you know, Trump was the one that pulled out of the Obama agreement, and he criticized that endlessly as part of his when he was running for re-election. And I think if he's pulled out of the Obama agreement, go to war, and then ends up with a worse deal, because even if Iran agrees not to implement a nuclear program for, you know, like 5 or 20 years, whatever they've agreed, if then they have tighter control over the Straits of Hormuz, or if they introduce some sort of toll system, whatever this new authority they've announced today is going to implement, then it'll be in a worse situation. And the whole sort of art of the deal that Donald Trump has been renowned for, and is the whole basis of him being this great businessman / president, it sort of devalues that. And I think it's something he clearly wants the war to end soon. And even if we get to this Reuters time frame of we'll move to 30 days, like, do you remember, Leigh Ann, back way at the start in February when we were talking about, you know, peace negotiations that Oman was moderating, and that they still went ahead with the attacks on February 28th. So it's difficult to know what is going to happen, but I think Donald Trump is the one that wants this to end, and I think he needs it to end. So I think that is going to push forward, because he's realized that this is not going the way he wanted it. It doesn't look good for his electorate. You know, I was seeing interviews on reports with the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves, and she was saying that there's no end in sight to the war, and there was no reason for it to happen in the first place. And, you know, I think that's what a lot of people are coming around to, that viewpoint. So I think Donald Trump needs to wrap this up soon.
And I think he probably, Alex, knows that himself. But let's just concentrate a little bit on Iran, if we can, because Iran's president came out today and said that he had had a 2.5-hour conversation with the Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. And we haven't had proof of life when it comes to Mujtaba Khamenei right now, the supreme leader. We know he was injured in that attack that killed his father. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the supreme leader Khamenei has full oversight over all matters and issues. I think a lot of the questions have been asked, who is the US actually dealing with when it comes to Iran and when it comes to these negotiations? Is this a clear signal now to America and President Donald Trump that the supreme leader is back in charge?
I think, look, this is the question that everybody outside Iran, even inside Iran, is asking. You know, who is running the show? We had the strikes on the first day, which knocked out pretty much that whole top leadership. The previous supreme leader, Mujtaba's father, was killed along with his wife as well as his daughter. There have been assassinations after that, Ali Larijani being one example. The question which the Americans have often asked publicly is, we don't know who's in charge. And then even when you've had Iranian officials coming out and saying something on social media, for example, the foreign minister saying about basically us looking to reach an agreement, then you've had the IRGC come out afterwards and contradict him. So it is very hard to understand who is running the show. Maybe this is by design, because the Israelis have very clearly said they would want to assassinate or knock out anybody who is running the country, you know, in charge either politically or militarily of the country. But it doesn't make for easy negotiations, not knowing who you're actually engaging with.
Absolutely. And I think that is a really important point to make. Like you said, it's right now the IRGC is also appearing to be disconnected from the supreme leader and the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. So it just paints a really confusing picture. But thank you so much for your thoughts there, Shane and Alex. Let's move on to another story now. And China has described its relationship with the US as having many twists and disruptions as a United States delegation meets with foreign ministers in Beijing. However, China's foreign minister says the two countries have still managed to maintain overall stability. The comments come ahead of President Donald Trump's trip to China, which is happening a little bit later on this month. Alex, let's start with you, because I must admit, Donald Trump's second term, we haven't heard about China that much. He was obsessed with China in his first term, but it seems to be a little bit more relaxed this time. How much of China's urgency on Iran is actually about economics rather than diplomacy? Because obviously we saw yesterday Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, in China. He sort of trumped Trump's trip, if that made sense. But quite interesting dynamics happening.
Look, the economic play is going to be very much front and center in terms of the discussions between Trump and Xi Jinping. If you look at what China is assessing for its growth this year, it's around 4.5 to 5%, which, you know, for everybody else is a great number. But for
Europe
China,
would love that.
yeah, you know, if it was Europe, we would absolutely love that.
Yeah.
But in terms of China, it's just not enough. China needs to do 7 or 8% a year in terms of ensuring that it keeps its unemployment for its youth down. They are struggling in terms of other areas such as real estate. We still have, you know, elements like Evergrande playing out, especially in terms of the provinces. There's low consumer sentiment as well, which they've got to address. And again, you know, everywhere we look, there's a spectre or the shadow of Iran playing out. Iran is a major player when it comes to China's energy supplies. It needs those supplies. Even though China has a large oil reserve, it also is running out. It has shifted part back to coal for its certain energy needs. And also as well, it has hedged some of its bets in terms of looking at electric vehicles, hybrids, what it can do there. But at the same time, you know, look, we all need our economies to run smoothly before we even look at any other issues. So it will be very much a discussion about what both sides can do to help each other when it comes to economic growth.
And it's absolutely fascinating when we talk about China, because from the first term of President Donald Trump, we saw tariffs on China. China did really well diversifying its market during that period, which has been quite interesting when it comes to this, because lots of people actually say China in some ways has protected its market from what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And a lot of that was due to previous tariffs and then having to think out the box. And it's been quite a fascinating conversation to have. But Shane, I think a lot of people are saying right now, is China going to be the new mediator? Does China have real leverage over Tehran, or is that overstated? And is China really in it for themselves and for their own economy? Because, like Alex said, GDP is not what it should be.
I think China does have a lot of leverage over Tehran, because you just need to look at the numbers. Iranian oil, didn't have many customers to go to, and one of the only few customers it did have was China, and about 80-90% of Iranian oil was going to China, heavily discounted and quite cheaply. So, but if you look at the other way around, in terms China, it still gets a lot of it from Russia. So about 14% of its oil comes from Iranian sources. So when you look at the power dynamic, Iran needs China more than China needs Iran, I would say. And I think if Donald Trump does go to Beijing, he'll be the first president to do so in about 10 years. I think that the power dynamic will have shifted, and I think that's because he needs China to talk to Iran. And we have seen when the last ceasefire last month was negotiated, both Trump and the Iranian sides did say that it was Chinese intervention that did bring about that ceasefire. So that just shows that there is proof already that they do have leverage. So they not only do they have leverage in terms of they can cut off Iran's main supply, which is oil to them, but also Trump needs them to be the strong mediator. I said before that the Brazilian president was in the White House, but I think the real sort of power negotiators are China, and I think that's going to be an interesting dynamic, having Trump, who has previously slapped loads of tariffs and made a lot of comments about China and its sort of place in the world, going to Beijing, needing them more than he needs them. So, like I was saying earlier, Trump wants this war to end, and he's looking to China to help that come about.
And we must remember, China, second largest economy in the world. The US is the first. So in many respects, they both need each other from an economic point of view. But from a geopolitical point of view, when Donald Trump and the Trump administration 2.0 came back into the White House, the real focus was on China and Taiwan. And that was where they were looking to sort of put their resources. That's all changed now because of the Iran war. But what do you think they're going to try to achieve in these talks when it comes to Taiwan, when it also comes to artificial intelligence? There's so many things on the table.
There are a lot of other things on the table, a lot of issues which they want to discuss. Taiwan is one issue which I think they will both avoid discussing, at least publicly. No mention of this will come up. I'm assuming they will discuss this in private. China's position on one China is not going to change. That hasn't changed. What China's obviously done is look at what is happening in terms of the US and Israel and Iran and the war, to study how the US has responded. And I'm sure they'll be taking a lot of lessons from that. But also as well, they'll be looking at how Trump is engaging with traditional US allies, for example, with Europe and NATO, and what has happened in terms of the approach on Iran and how Trump has really showed his frustration and
with NATO.
Yeah, and let out his ire in terms of, what Europe has or has not done, and also including the UK as well. We've had reports a couple of days back in terms of Trump wanting to pull out troops from Germany, 5,000 troops. So, for all of these things combined, China will be looking on and really, will not be displeased. You've also got to remember that China for a number of years has been playing a role of essentially being a friend to everyone. China played a key negotiating role between Saudi Arabia and Iran a number of years back. So, the approaches are very different. China is looking to forge relationships Obviously, each country has, its own approach. Trump is very transactional. China still has its own interests at play. That's always going to be there. But they do come at it from different perspectives. And for an administration which was, when it came in, very much focused on Asia, that focus hasn't lasted very long. Even the resources which the US had in Asia in terms of its Navy, Army, Air Force, they've actually moved all of those to the Middle East because of Iran. So they're actually resource light now in Asia.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, isn't it, when we have a look at it from that geopolitical point of view. But you spoke about Europe, and I want to say Donald Trump, breaking newsline, had a great call with the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. He says many topics were discussed, including that we are completely united, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Had a great call with the European president, so he's really saying that was a really positive call. And as you said, I think it's something that China's going to watch really closely, because NATO is something President Trump hasn't been that keen on. But then we see China in BRICS. So there's these different, big alliances happening, and how it's all going to shape up after this is many questions are being asked about that. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is in Rome today, meeting Pope Leo at the Vatican. The trip is intended to ease recent tensions after President Trump's recent criticisms of the pontiff in relation to the Iran war. But before he travelled, Rubio downplayed the spat between the two leaders. Take a listen.
No, look, there's a lot to talk about with the Vatican. I think what the president basically said is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because they would use it against places that have a lot of Catholics and Christians and others, for that matter. It goes back to the central point. I think the president, without trying to speak for him, but I think I can characterize it this way, he doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. The trip is really not tied to anything other than the fact that it would be normal for us to engage with them, and other Secretary of States have done that in the past.
Shane, let's go to you. And how serious is this rupture now between President Donald Trump and the Vatican? Because he sent Marco Rubio there, a devout Catholic, really to do a classic balancing act, or charm offensive, as they like to call it in the media.
To be honest, my opinion is, watching Rubio there, he's a lot more presidential than the president himself. And I think Donald Trump attacking the Pope is quite undignified and very unpresidential. But I think it's just a typical sort of Trump distraction tactic. He's going for an easy target who's not really going to come back hard against him. And they keep talking about sort of the nuclear weapons. And on Wednesday, Trump said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he seems to be saying that they can. And when he said he meant the Pope. The Pope is the representative of God on earth. And, the popes are all descended from, St. Peter. I'm a Catholic, as you can tell. I went to Sunday school. But the Pope has come out and said that, the church has spoken out against all nuclear weapons for years, and there's no doubt about that. So I don't know where this sort of narrative that the Pope is calling for nuclear weapons and allowing people to have it has come from, that Donald Trump keeps saying. But yet again, like I said, I think it's a distraction. But you mentioned, Europe, and Donald Trump was talking to the EU commissioners and delegates, and he did mention that he would throw tariffs on them again as well. But I think the main sort of issue is that Rubio is also going to meet the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, and as Alex said, that 5,000 troops are going to be pulled out of Germany, and there's 13,000 also in Italy. So I think she has come out and said that she doesn't want to see any US troops pulled out of Italy. And I think this, like I said, this is just undignified, and I think it's going to impact Catholic vote for Donald Trump. And this has been proven quite categorically in a recent post with the Washington Post and ABC, when Trump previously had a 63% approval rating last February amongst American Catholics, and that's now dropped to 38%, and 61% of them in the poll said that they didn't approve of Trump constantly attacking the Pope, and 91% of them said do you remember that AI Jesus post that we spoke about a couple of weeks ago? They really did not like that at all. So I think Donald Trump needs to just let this distraction go. But I think it's like watching Rubio. I think I was really impressed with him, and I think he is extremely presidential. And I think, you know, if he is the next sort of president of America, I don't think that would particularly be a bad thing.
And it's interesting because I saw Marco Rubio last night. Caroline Leavitt is off on maternity leave. So Marco Rubio is standing in for Caroline Leavitt, and that's why we saw him do that press conference at the White House, give that briefing. And when I was watching it, and I think a lot of people were saying this, he just seems so much more diplomatic, Marco Rubio. Like you said, so much more presidential. And I think you said to me in the meeting a little bit earlier that he's sort of the Mr. Fix-It, Marco Rubio. When things go wrong, he's kind of trusted to go in and make everything a little bit better. You're kind of doing a good job.
Well, look, we've all seen the meme of Marco on the couch.
Yeah.
And, you know, whenever there's something, a major issue happening, people immediately rush and they pull it out, they dress him up. But, you know, he is the Mr. Fix-It of this White House.
And a devout Catholic.
Devout Catholic as well.
What do you think that this could do for the Catholic voters in the US if we get onto that? Because the midterms, Alex, they're almost in range, aren't they? They're in reach, and the White House is not doing great when it comes to the religious side of things after Trump attacked the Pope.
As you said, look, the context is the midterms in November, you know, less than 6 months away now. They're already struggling with certain parts of their traditional base because of the war. A lot of MAGA voters are not happy. You know, they voted for the president based on the promise of no more wars. Now you also have the Catholic base, which are traditionally seen as being conservative. They're also not happy with what is happening in terms of the spat between Trump and the Pope. And the Pope is the first American Pope as well, which also holds even more significance for them. You know, some of the numbers, I know Shane was sharing some numbers, but one number which I found fascinating was Hispanic voters. You've got to remember the Catholic voters make up to 22% of the total US voting base, over 70 million, about 70, 75 million. In terms of Hispanics, who are the most pro-Trump of that Catholic base, 71% negatively, you know, was strongly disapproved of what the president was doing in terms of his, you know, his spat with the Pope. And, you know, if you look at how they view the Pope, again, they are strongly supportive, unsurprisingly. So this is not a fight that Trump really should be picking, at least right now, in the run-up to the midterms, which he needs to win, at least in terms of keeping Congress on his side. So, yeah, I think this is very much front and center of what the White House is thinking about in terms of their election strategy. And this is why Marco Rubio is also going now. So there's some good dynamics, at least some good visuals, which then can be played back on American media.
And I think that's really true right now, because I think when those midterms comes up, Donald Trump is going to want to keep control of the House and Congress. And if he doesn't, does he just become a lame duck president? And a lot of people are asking that question at the moment. But it's really interesting. And it's also interesting the fact that he's in Italy, as Shane said, when it comes to Giorgia Meloni. She was one of Trump's strongest European allies. They were so close. You know, obviously her politics is more aligned with the MAGA base than many other European countries. They had a big fallout. And Italy themselves are having big anti-war protests. The Italians are very anti the Iran war. Not all of them, but a big majority. So a really good conversation. Let's see how Meloni and Rubio get on tomorrow when they meet each other. Now, let's move on to another story. And a reported suicide note left by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has been made public. The disgraced financier was found dead in his prison cell in August 2019 as he did await trial. The letter, first published by the New York Times, is believed to have been from Epstein's first suicide attempt in July 2019. Alex, Jeffrey Epstein, we always sort of talk about him. He never kind of leaves the news. But what is the significance of this note emerging now at this particular time?
You know, Jeffrey Epstein, this story is it's just basically the story which just keeps on giving and giving and giving, especially to conspiracy theorists. What is amazing is this didn't come up in the initial trove of documents, and there were hundreds of thousands of documents, which was actually one of the reasons basically why the previous Attorney General, Pam Bondi, was asked to leave her position, to put it politely. It came up during a discovery for a trial of a former NYPD cop, trial for 4 counts of murder, which relates to a drug bust. And as you pointed out, actually, it was fascinating. I didn't know about this. This actually came out initially during a podcast which was undertaken while he was awaiting trial in prison. I'd love to know how they got their mics in.
It's
jail, but, you know.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Because basically, Jeffrey Epstein's cellmate at the time claims that he found the suicide note in a book that was a graphic novel, it was called, in the cell that they shared. And this was all revealed in a podcast. And then it was unsealed, and now the public have access to this note. But it's not verified, is it? We don't actually know, is it real?
It's not verified. The note is very short. When you read it, it really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, is it a suicide note? Is it something else? Who knows? And, you know, I just feel always for the victims, because every couple of months there's a new angle to the story. It doesn't go away. And yet, you know, what they've always sought from this is justice and closure, which it just doesn't seem to be forthcoming for them.
Exactly, and that's the sad reality of this. You know, no justice for the people at the centre of this who brought this case and brought this to light. But Shane, Alex touched on it there, but could this reignite the wider conspiracy theory around Jeffrey Epstein? Because I'm sure everyone who's watched this is pretty aware that there's been quite a few of them.
Oh, 100% it will. Like, I ended up going down a rabbit hole earlier today just on this, and, you know, it is my sort of Achilles heel, sort of celebrity deaths, you know, JFK, Marilyn Monroe, Princess Diana, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, and I'm kind of part of the 80% of Americans who don't believe it was a suicide, and I don't think this was a suicide note, because it doesn't, you know, it doesn't read like someone who's just about to take their own life. It sounds quite defiant, and you know, when you look at everything you've read about Jeffrey Epstein, he didn't really strike me as somebody who was going to commit suicide. But, you know, I'm not going to get into that. I'm a journalist. I want to stick to the facts. So I don't really think that this is a genuine suicide note, if I'm honest. I think it's just another element of the story. But what is quite creepy as well, I did look up, you know, the amount of suicides that are linked to the Jeffrey Epstein. There's obviously Virginia Giuffre. There's loads of others if you go and Google it. And then there was another twist in the story with, you know, former Prince Andrew, and there was a man arrested in the UK for allegedly threatening him at his new home wearing a balaclava with a weapon. So it's the story that just keeps on giving, and unfortunately I think everyone is going to end up down the rabbit hole of a conspiracy theory, and I think it's just a great story that isn't going away anytime soon. And there's going to be many more layers. There's going to be many more stories, and it's all going to keep us in a job talking about it for years to come.
True that, but every journalist can flirt with a conspiracy theory. I just want to let you know that, Shane. But one thing I also is the failure of the prison system. You know, we didn't get to touch on that, but, you know, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't in confinement, even though he had this attempt to take his life. And then it was the failure of the prison system to protect such a critical person at that time. He was so key to this whole case that's also raising lots of questions. what was happening inside that prison system. But that's a whole different conversation for another day. And it's that time of the show where Shane and Alex have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Shane, I absolutely love your story, and I think everyone has got an opinion on this, and yours is about a very divisive issue, and that's for holiday makers and one tourist getting a refund. Tell us all about this.
Yeah, so this was a German tourist who went on holiday to Greece, and they woke up at 6 in the morning to go down and get their sun lounger, and he complained that he spent 20 minutes trying to find a sun lounger, but all of the sun loungers had towels on them. People had reserved them, so it was all inclusive. He was very annoyed about this. So when he got back, he took a case against the operator that had sold him the holiday, and the judge sided with him, saying that it was a defective approach, and he got a refund of £852 from the court. And I think that's fair enough, because I've been on a lot of holidays, and it is my sort of bugbear as well when you go down and there's just towels everywhere, and especially if you've gone to a 5-star hotel, you expect to get a sun lounger. So I think fair dues to this guy, especially when he's German, when, you know, one of the sort of crazy stereotypes is that Germans are the ones that get up early and put their towels down. I don't even know if that's true. I'll have to look that up on Google later. But I think the fact that he took action and he won is great, and I think everyone should follow his example.
So sue them if you can't get a sun lounger. Is that basically what you do? You just follow his example and go back and bring a court case. I think that's a bit extreme, Shane. I don't know, Alex, what would you do?
Well, look, firstly, I want to say kudos to the team for finding so many images of sun loungers, you know, with towels on. That probably wasn't an easy job, but yeah, as Shane said, the Germans do have a reputation for ensuring that they have their sun loungers booked, you know, from basically the crack of dawn, and you will find them heading down, you know, to the pool with their towel or two in hand. Again, this is a stereotype, but yeah, you know, fair play to him in terms of ensuring that, you know, he didn't get his sun loungers, but at least he got some compensation in return. Yeah, exactly. No, it's such a divisive issue, and I'm sure it's annoyed everyone who's ever been on holiday and that happens to them. You know what I do? I just take their towel off if they're not there. It's just rude, isn't it? It annoys me. So I just take it off and sit there. Why not? It's not like they paid for it and they've got their name on it. I know it might be controversial, but I think it's fair. Nobody's going to take you on, so... Yeah, I think you're safe there. I'm safe, yeah. And Alex, yours is about a Google Maps glitch that has put drivers in a bit of a spin. This must be quite scary too. This highlights really two things that we have an obsession over. So one is technology. So, you know, Google Maps, it gave them basically the wrong route. It sent them the wrong way down a one-way road, which is, you know, it's not really what you want to be doing. And this happened for several days. I think it happened for up to a week. So again, you know, this being Canada, if this was the US, there definitely would have been a crash there. But given it was Canada, I think nothing really happened in the end. But the challenge which they did have was actually reaching out to Google to fix the issue. Because again, the other challenge with technology is actually reaching out to somebody and saying to them, you know, there is an issue. We've all gone through this before where there's something wrong. Okay, how do you try and take this on? How do you make it right? And, you know, you can't reach out to a person. You're just dealing with the machines. And likewise, you know, when you're sent down the wrong road, the wrong direction, you know, it's just that over-reliance on technology. You know, if without technology, without, you know, our GPS, without our maps, we won't be going anywhere these days. I find that so interesting. Shane, I don't know what you think about it, because I often wonder, how did I live without a mobile phone when we had a landline? I was on time to meet people. It was pretty incredible. Now I'm never on time, and you've got to text everyone. I don't have to get an A to Z out anymore. No. Like, I can literally walk everywhere. How did we live before?
Well, it's the same with Google. Yeah, with Google Maps, it's great. But even like one of the consequences of the war has been that there has been, challenges with GPS at the moment. When you're trying to get your Deliveroo or if you're getting your taxi home. So it just shows that we're like massively overly dependent on our apps and our phones. And the amount of times, I've had is it called road rage if you're a passenger? I don't know. But if the taxi driver hasn't been able to follow the Google Maps properly, and it does send me over the edge quite considerably and quite regularly. So that's embarrassing. But it's a way to wrap up the show, I guess.
Well, thank you so much. Well, we've run out of road. I know. What can we say? We've run out of road. Thanks to our guest today, Alex Malouf, founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Inside. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GMT, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump is striking an optimistic tone, suggesting that the war in Iran will be over soon. But the president says that if Iran does not agree to a deal, then the bombing will restart and at a much higher level and intensity than before. Plus, President Trump is teasing the release of some very interesting, he says, files relating to UFOs. We ask, what can we expect? Hello and welcome. The Iran war could be over quickly. That's according to the US President Donald Trump as he pushes for a deal to end the conflict that has now dragged on into its third month. Well, President Trump's comments come a day after Pakistani mediators said that both sides are very close to signing a one-page agreement. But in Tehran, some officials are reportedly mocking the proposal, calling it an American wish list. So just how close are we to a diplomatic breakthrough? Well, we're joined now by Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, who is a former NATO commander who joins us from the United Kingdom. Dr. Parry, always a pleasure talking to you. As we were saying in the introduction there, President Trump said last night that he's optimistic that the war could be over very soon. Clearly, Pakistan is working very hard as a mediator. Lots seems to hinge on this one-page, 14-point memo. I mean, does it look to you like we're approaching the end of the war?
I don't think so. I think what we're looking at is a couple of very reluctant dancers coming together. And whether they actually sort of get to a clinch situation, I think is very doubtful at the moment. I mean, they're a long way apart in terms of, I think, the nuclear deal. Iran wants to continue enriching its uranium. They also want to transfer it. I don't think the Americans or indeed the Israelis will want that to happen without proper verification and control measures. So I think at the moment it's a stately dance. Nobody's really being serious at this stage. And I think the Americans and the Israelis' patience is likely to run out pretty soon if the Iranians don't come to terms. I think it's a lot more than the nuclear issue as well. I think there's a real desire to stop Iran's ability to conduct offensive measures against not only Israel, but also its neighbors and its ability to coerce the rest of the Gulf when this conflict ends.
I mean, the United States seems to be suggesting that Iran is desperate for a deal, and yet Iran's Speaker of Parliament is suggesting otherwise. On social media, he teased Operation Trust Me, Bro, he said, and he said that operation had failed. I mean, is Iran hurting that much, do you think?
Yeah, I think Iran is hurting quite badly. I mean, I think the real problem in Iran is where the power lies at the moment. As far as I can see, there are a number of different factions that are calling the shots. And at any particular time, I think quite a lot of people are watching their backs to see they're not stepping out of line in relation to the other groups. I think we know that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is practically running the country in terms of internal security, but also in terms of political momentum. And I think it's the ability of what we euphemistically call the more moderate elements, perhaps associated with the former President Rouhani and people like that, who are going to come to the fore if we're going to get an agreement. I think very much like Hamas in Gaza, the IRGC will use the Iranian people to get what it wants and remain in power and things like that.
It sounds to me, just listening to what you're saying, that you perhaps wouldn't agree with the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's assessment. He says Operation Epic Fury is over because it's achieved its objectives. I mean, has it really?
Well, we may be talking about semantics here, Tom. I think in terms of its military objectives, I think the Americans and Israelis can be quite happy with what they've done in terms of bangs for their buck. But in terms of political objectives, which is the end of any military action, I don't think they've achieved their political objectives at all. I think we have to remember that originally the objectives that were set out by the Trump regime were, let's stop the nuclear program, let's prevent Iran's offensive capability being used against Israel and its neighbors. And finally, and this was the critical wording, I think, is set the conditions for regime change. Well, we're a long way from setting the conditions for regime change, I would suggest. I think there was a point at the end of the last round of military action where that could have been possible, but it needed an additional push to make that happen. I think people underestimate what happens in Iran with regard to the highly repressive apparatus that the regime has in power to maintain itself. And so, unless you actually have an additional stimulus in the form of very, very heavy military action or indeed political action, you're not going to see the end of the regime, which was a political outcome I think they wanted.
So if the focus of discussions right now is simply about stopping the fighting and reopening the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, doesn't that mean we're basically back to square one, where we were in February?
Yeah, it's a good question, Tom. Not really. I mean, the regime is very much weakened in terms of its ability to apply force externally right now. If the Americans wanted to open the Straits of Hormuz by force, I'm sure they could do it. They've got sufficient firepower, and I think they've got sufficient options. My own sense is that what we're going to see is Iran probably blockaded for the near future. I think the Straits of Hormuz will be reopened by the Americans. Whether they use force or not, or negotiation, I think is still up for debate. But I think Iran is going to be isolated. It's going to have its economy pressurized, and we'll see who lasts the longest. I know at the start of the year, when Ayatollah Khomeini was still alive, he was actually saying, look, all we've got to do is hold out until the midterms in November, and then the Americans will change their minds and they'll back down. And I think that's what the plan is in Iran. Similarly, the Americans are going to try and finish it before the midterms, I suspect.
Yeah, and therein lies something of a danger, doesn't it? Because if there is a rushed deal with the pressure of the ticking clock ahead of the midterms, I mean, it's not necessarily going to be the best deal, is it?
No, that's why I don't think there will be a deal, Tom. I think it's going to be very open-ended, and I think the Americans and the Israelis will take sufficient steps to reassure their allies in the Gulf, and also to open the straits and make sure that traffic can flow through. That's what I suspect will happen, and that'll be a sort of declared victory, I suspect, if the Iranians can be held at arm's length and shipping can continue to flow through the Straits of Hormuz.
This conflict has generated some sparks across the Atlantic between London and Washington. The special relationship has been quite severely tested, and the UK didn't come to America's aid. Do you think they should have done? Do you think it would have made a difference?
Well, I think America and Israel have more than enough firepower to actually conduct the mission. I think where my own country fell down is not giving the Americans the access to the air bases at Diego Garcia in the United Kingdom, which we wouldn't have thought twice about in the past. This is a peculiar decision by our current government in the United Kingdom, which they walked back on. They did a U-turn on in the end, and the Americans are using those bases. And so, unfortunately, there is a deal of tension at the moment between our government and the United States government. We've just had a visit by His Majesty the King to the United States. I think that's healed over quite a lot of the frictional wounds that occurred. But we've got a lot of work to do to get our relationship back on track, and it will need much more sophisticated and careful statecraft to be able to do that.
I mean, there are those that say that even if the British government had wanted to step in and help the United States operationally, they might not have really been able to do very much. And I'm wondering whether you think this conflict has served as a wake-up call for Britain and its preparedness.
Tom, you're absolutely right. I mean, the wake-up call actually occurred in 2022, of course, when Ukraine was invaded by Russia. And I'm afraid to say that successive governments in the United Kingdom have done very little to actually put us on a much more firm basis for both deterring and, of course, defeating any potential enemies. Right now, I'm not seeing much effort either to make things any better. We are not seeing additional investment in defence. We're not seeing concepts that are going to take us into the 21st century. And right now, I suspect the government in the United Kingdom thinks there are no votes in defence. So they're not really pressing on with that. We've got local elections in the United Kingdom today. I think the government's going to get a huge shock because it's going to lose a lot of local representational seats to not only Reform, which is an insurgent party, but also to another insurgent party called the Greens. That may actually do something in terms of actually shaking the establishment out of its complacency. But right now, as an ex-member of the armed forces, I don't see armed forces that I've been used to in the past. We need to get a lot better, and we need to recognise the threats that are facing every country, not just in the Gulf, but also around Europe.
And one of the threats, one of the unlikely threats that we've had from Washington in the last couple of weeks has been the Trump administration threatening to review its position on Britain's claim to the Falkland Islands. And I'm wondering what you read into that. I mean, could it be part of President Trump's tough love approach to the United Kingdom?
Tom, I don't read anything into that. I know the people who make policy in the Pentagon and State Department. This was just a low-level email by some junior staffer who was asked to suggest ways in which, thinking out of the box, they could actually put pressure on their allies to do more to help the United States. And I'm afraid it went into orbit, went twice around the Earth and landed in London. And I'm afraid to say all our politicians tried to make hay, take advantage of it, and say, look, we are standing up to America. It was a ridiculous situation. It made us look very silly, I'm afraid.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for being so frank with us and sharing that with us. Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Now, today is Thursday, and as ever, it is the day of the week when we take a look at some of the biggest stories of the week in the United States. Lots to talk about. And to join us this week, we're with Amanda Mackey, who is a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us this week from Washington, D.C. Welcome to you, Amanda. We're also joined by David K. Johnson, who is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who joins us from New York. David, let me start with you, because I want to pick up on what we were talking about just before we crossed to you, namely the latest from the war in Iran. Now, President Trump appears to be trying to minimize the war, and we've heard him call it this week, quote unquote, a little skirmish. He also said that Iran had no chance of winning. Do you think he's downplaying the significance of the war because it, according to the polls, is pretty unpopular with the American public?
Well, there are two reasons for this, Tom. The first reason is, yes, this war is incredibly unpopular. Some polls are showing less than 1 in 4 Americans support what Trump is doing, and that's very damaging for him as we go into elections this year. But the second reason is Congress passed a law long ago that a president can take defensive actions for 60 days, and after that must get permission from Congress, which has the sole power to declare war. So Trump has tried calling this a mini war, an excursion, using Vladimir Putin's phrase about military operation to deal with this legal problem that he faces. Although Republican leaders in the House and Senate seem not at all interested in enforcing that law, but he needs very much to minimize this and to claim that the U.S. is doing better than I think any objective observer would observe is actually going on.
Amanda, do pick up on that. And you know, clearly the reading from the White House, this has all been a resounding success. I mean, you've got Iranian heritage, and you must be watching this very closely. What do you think's been achieved these last 8 or 9 weeks?
Well, it's hard because as an Iranian, part of the Iranian diaspora, having relatives, close relatives, cousins, aunts, friends that live in Iran, they want to see wholesale regime change. The problem is America's not very good at regime change. We've really never demonstrated that we've done a good job with regime change, whether you look back to Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq. I mean, that's just not something that we're good at. And so for the Iranian people back home, they were hungry for that. They wanted that to be what happens, that they're liberated, that the mullahs are gone and dragged in the street. But that's not happening, and that is probably not going to happen. So what is going to likely happen if a deal is reached is that Iran will get some of its financial resources. And for that, they will agree not to enrich uranium. Now, President Trump sees this as a huge victory. He has moved the goalpost for them many times to allow this negotiation to happen. And if it happens, you could say it's a success. I mean, he's been talking about the stock market being higher than where it was before the war started, February 28th, talking about the price of a barrel of oil less than $100. The unfortunate reality is that the American people still aren't seeing that when the price of diesel, for example, as someone who drives a diesel car, is over $6 in the Washington, D.C. area. Those things matter to people. So what the facts and the stats are is great, but what happens to the American people and their pocketbooks is incredibly important going into an election.
David, what are your thoughts on that in terms of what's been achieved during this war? And I also want to ask you, as an extension of that, whether you're optimistic that we're reaching a conclusion to this war. Well,
Americans can see, as Amanda pointed out, the price of fuel at the pump, and they're not being tricked about this. Food prices are up more than 8% since Trump resumed office a little over a year ago. So that's not being missed. And of course, he ran for office saying, if you vote for the other person, he did this in all 3 elections, they will start a war with Iran. None of them did. He did. That's a further problem for him. Trump's basic core problem is Donald always needs to claim a victory. And I've known this for the 38 years I've covered him and the hundreds of hours I've spent with him. So he was offered that in late February by the Iranians. According to the Omani foreign minister, Mr. Badar, when the indirect talks were going on in Geneva, the Iranians agreed to everything Trump was asking for in terms of inspection and nuclear materials, plus they would invite American oil companies to come in to help manage their fields and with better technology and do other things in the oil industry. And we don't know if his 2 amateur negotiators, his son-in-law and Steve Witkoff, passed this message on to him. They didn't understand the message. Donald didn't get it. We don't know what happened, except that in a few hours after that offer was made, Trump started bombing them. So the Iranians are very much in a position here, as long as they're willing to endure privation, of stretching the war out. And their perspective that the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Trump, I think is militarily and politically a very smart strategy. But it will mean horrible privation for the people in Iran.
Amanda, let me ask you as a Republican whether you want to defend President Trump's two negotiators there, who we just heard David describe as amateurs. Are they amateurs?
Well, they've certainly had many peace deals. I think President Trump talks about 8 or 9 of them kind of regularly over the course of the last 14 months that he's been in office. So I think that they are someone, Jared, that President Trump has a lot of confidence in, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, someone that he believes these are people who negotiated releasing those who were kidnapped on October 7th. So these are the types of things that I think that President Trump believes he's doing the right thing. He has the right negotiators, and certainly Marco Rubio, a very capable diplomat, someone who had the support of, the entire Senate. I think he is an excellent communicator. I've liked seeing him for the last 2 days on the podium talking through these issues. I think he's very effective at this and explaining how Iranians move the goalpost. I've said from whenever, February 28th and beyond, that Marco Rubio should be the person really articulating the to the American people as to why we had to engage with Iran. I think a lot of people understand the parameters of Iran and the Islamic regime and that they're terrible. No one wants to really dispute that. But why did we have to go to war? And I think Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has done a really good job of that. And they need to explain that more. But let's be realistic here. President Trump, Democrats may continue to hate him and his, polling numbers with Democrats may continue to implode. But we had primary elections in Indiana, for example, this past Tuesday, and every one of Trump's candidates won in that Republican primary. Now, that's a Republican primary, but still it shows the stranglehold President Trump has on the Republican Party, despite everything that's going on in the background with Iran.
Okay, so President Trump clearly, very much in your opinion, in control of his party. David, we are 6 months away, I believe, from Election Day there. And, we've been talking about President Trump's approval rating hitting new lows. Affordability is a key issue, as we've been saying, going into that election. I mean, if the war ended right now, do you think these affordability issues could be fixed in time for them not to have too serious an impact on the GOP?
No, these things take time to work through the economy. So the gas prices have not peaked in America, for example, or in availability of jet fuel and gasoline and diesel have not hit their bottom around the world, which will mean higher prices. So even if the hostilities stopped today and we went back to 150 ships a day going through the Strait of Hormuz, it would still have harsh economic impacts for a number of months into the future. Also, rebuilding the oil refining, transporting, and pumping equipment that's been damaged by the U.S. and Israel and by the Iranians, that's going to take months. And we're going to see problems with the amount of helium needed for certain medical devices. About 20% of which comes through the Strait of Hormuz. Urea fertilizers, we're already past planting season in many places without as much fertilizer and much higher prices for fertilizer. So damage will continue for some time, even if this were promptly settled right away.
Okay, Amanda, I mean, are there other ways in which the GOP can address these affordability concerns of the U.S. public? I mean, there's been talk about caps on credit card interest rates, those sorts of initiatives. I mean, are those ideas gaining traction?
I think what is the reality of all of this is that what is happening in Iran, where we are focused on and where the news focuses on here on a daily basis, is just that, what's happening in Iran and what we're doing in Iran. I work a lot with veterans, and I hear a lot even about recruiting has become a little bit more difficult because these 17, 18-year-old men and women are saying, well, we might be going to war. We might be engaging in a conflict in the Middle East. I'm not sure I'm ready to sign up for that right now. So, this is prevalent on people's minds, whether you call it about the recruitment or about the price of where things are going. So if we're talking about how long this is going to take, we're going into the summer season, but the summer season's not that long. We'll be into the fall and the winter again here soon. So if the price doesn't come down, that is going to be extreme pain and panic for Americans throughout the entire country that suffer from brutal winters, as we certainly had in the Washington, D.C. area this year. So all of these things are really important to be addressed. And right now, when the price of gas is what it is, that's very hard to get a message through other than what the price of gas is, which is high.
Yeah, and Amanda, just briefly on this one, I mean, I just wondered whether you think perhaps prices could come down before November, and that would create some sort of a bounce in the feel-good factor just in time for the midterm elections and give the GOP a bit of a lift. Does that sound like a long shot?
I mean, I'm not an economist, so I can't say, but that's not a very long horizon to have gas prices come back down. Now, I will say under the Biden administration, gas prices were, pretty much around this price, if not higher. So certainly it's an issue. We've been here before, and what President Trump does, considering he ran on the platform of we're going to bring prices down, is what is he going to do about that? Obviously, we've been talking a lot about President Trump sending checks to American people, their dividend checks and that sort of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that were to happen, maybe before the election. But the point is that, fuel prices have gone up and it is a problem.
David, let me turn to you and let's talk a little bit about the Democrats, because obviously we are, as we've been saying, in primary season. We're 6 months away from Election Day. Quite interesting listening to former President Barack Obama on the Colbert Show saying that Democrats need to avoid sounding like academics when they speak to voters. Do you think that's a real issue for the Democrats? Do you think they don't communicate in the way they should be communicating with the electorate?
Yeah, this is something I've described in my columns and my best-selling books. Donald Trump gets up and talks to a crowd in a very visceral way that they can relate to. We love the poorly educated, and those people don't even get that it's an insult. But Hillary Clinton would get up and say, I have this 47-point plan, and if you read it, it's a brilliant plan. But she would say to an audience, and if you look at item 14, and especially footnote number 2, and eyes would glaze over. The Democrats don't know how to market. They don't know how to reduce things to simple issues people can understand. Donald is masterful at that. He's absolutely brilliant. And he's brilliant at diverting people away from the things he doesn't want them to be thinking about. The Epstein files and why they're not releasing them as the law he signed requires. The amount of corruption going on in his administration. The ballroom that was going to be all paid for by donors, and now he wants the taxpayers to put up the not $300 or $400 million cost, but $1 billion cost. So Donald is a master marketer. He is a con artist at heart, and he is by far, of the many con artists I've covered, many of whom went to prison after I wrote about them, the most successful con artist in the history of the world by far. But he knows how to communicate to people what he wants them to hear. And the Democrats, they have a long history of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Amanda, I've got to let you respond to that.
Well, I mean, we're not here to name call a president. We're trying to talk about the issues. But, if he's such a con artist, I mean, he won in a landslide over Kamala Harris.
No, he didn't.
Who really...
He got less than half the vote. That's not true, man.
Okay, it's not a popular vote. It's not a popular vote, number one. But number two, he won every swing state. And Kamala Harris was badly defeated. So if he's a con artist, apparently he's conned a lot of Americans into voting for him. And a lot of those Americans are Democrats and independents. But the bottom line is that we need to focus on the midterms. And certainly this is going to be a challenging midterm, as it always is for the party in power. And so President Trump knows this. And I think President Trump, if you're hearing the rhetoric of my co-panelist, you'll see where, the Democrat mindset or the liberal mindset is that President Trump should be impeached. his cabinet members need to be called up. All of these things that Congress is going to focus on if Congress is controlled by the Democratic Party. So this election in November is incredibly important for President Trump, more so than any other president, because of the ire and the hatred and vitriol that they have for this president. And so his cabinet members, everyone is susceptible to being called up. And that's what the American people are going to see over and over if they win the elections and gain control of the House in November. So that's what President Trump needs to be focused on, is making sure the Republicans at least keep one chamber. The Senate, I think the House is probably a fait accompli, but, hopeful. Anything can happen, always a September, October surprise. But the bottom line is that for President Trump, the midterms matter more than any other president in modern day history because of the hatred that they have for him and wanting to dismantle his administration.
Okay, David, feel free to pick up on that. And I also want to ask you about one other issue in the ranks of the Democrats. Go ahead. I see you've got a point to make.
There, among Democrats, and I'm not a Democrat, there's certainly a lot of hatred of Donald Trump. I agree with Amanda about that. But most of the criticism of Trump has to do with his conduct violating the Constitution, not upholding the Constitution. And the government under Trump has gotten rid of inspectors general. It has quashed all sorts of things that are policy issues that matter to the welfare of the country. And the economic indicators, other than the stock market, are not going in the right direction. Economics has been a field of mine for 50 years. And so, yes, this is a crucial election for Donald Trump. If the Democrats get control of either chamber, we're going to see massive investigations into the Trump administration based on facts and policy.
Okay. Well, I just want to pivot back to an issue that was, something we were talking about at the beginning, namely the war and how this is affecting the Democrats. Because, David, there are reports of splits within the ranks of the Democrat over the influence of the pro-Israel advocacy group AIPAC. And I'm wondering whether this is becoming a big issue and how this is playing out.
Well, the survey data shows that younger voters, people say 35 and younger, are very troubled by the degree to which the Israeli lobby influences the United States. And there's a lot of discussion among Democrats about, is it anti-Semitism if you criticize the Netanyahu administration? And I would argue, no, that's not. He's a government official. But there's clearly a split among the Democrats about this, just as we're seeing fissures among Republicans about the war, the high price of gasoline, and some other things Trump is doing. So both parties face issues about solidarity within their ranks. But so far in elections that are not primaries, the Democrats have been romping. And in the Indiana election that Amanda mentioned, the 7 people that Donald Trump backed, 6 of them won. One of them did not. And one election may have to go to a recount because the last time I looked was 3 votes apart. But both parties face these issues of fissures over what we want from the government. And what the Democrats are not doing, in my view, is saying, if you put us back in office, here's what we'll do for you, Mr. and Mrs. Voter. That's the message that the Democrats should be sending to the public on a whole host of economic issues. And as I said, the Democrats have a long history of not knowing how to market.
Okay. Amanda, I mean, is this issue of Israeli influence on U.S. politics playing out in a major way? Is it the cause of a split in the GOP, or do you think it's more of a split in the ranks of the Democrats, given that
I think they
have been complaining about it?
I mean, I think this is all on the Democrat side. If you see what's happened in New York City, massive protests against the police. I mean, it's just creating, a really terrible situation for Zohran Mamdani, who is, by and large supportive of these groups, and they are, charging at him for, not being supportive. But the bottom line is that this is a Democrat party problem. This is not something I think that Republicans necessarily face. And I think that, Republicans should be focused on economic issues, focusing on domestic issues before the elections, as we agree. This is going to be a challenging one if one of the chambers is controlled by the Democrats, by the Democratic Party. This is going to be very challenging for President Trump and his administration.
Okay, and just to wrap up, let's talk very briefly about President Trump's trip to China, which is going to happen next week, 14th, 15th of May. David, ahead of that visit, China's saying that the United States and China should be partners rather than rivals. What are you expecting President Trump to come back with?
Well, China is the big winner so far in the Iranian war, and its influence is getting Australia, America's most lapdog ally, to pivot toward Beijing. Trump wants to come back with something that will allow him to say that trade is going to improve. The newest trade numbers just came out, and they're worsening. For the U.S., the dollar has dropped more than 10% since Trump returned to office, which should mean more exports and fewer imports, but the reverse is happening. And President Xi, unlike President Trump, is there for as long as he wants to be. So the Chinese think in terms of decades and centuries. Americans think in terms of the election in 6 months. And so the Chinese are investing in the most incredible highway system in the world. They are investing like crazy in solar and wind power. Well, Donald Trump says, wind turbines cause cancer and kill whales, and that solar is a hoax. So we're going in the wrong direction on that in terms of where the world is going and economics are going. Trump will also for sure have brought up, if not directly by himself, the issue of where China is going to stand relative to Iran. And the Chinese have no reason through Iran, if they treat it as a proxy, to want to help the Trump administration in any way.
Okay, Amanda, just your closing thoughts. I mean, Washington clearly likely to be pressing, as we've been saying, Beijing to use its influence with Iran to get the Strait of Hormuz up and running again. I mean, what do you think China would ask for in return?
Well, I don't think China wants to piss off the United States, but I do think that China could be pivotal here. China needs the resources of countries in the Middle East, including Iran. And so I think it is very important that they play this pivotal role for the United States and help in brokering this or bringing the Iranians to the table. And obviously, China's hosting Iran before they're hosting the United States. And so I think these all are important factors for the Chinese to be influential and help. And I think President Trump will reward them should they be able to help make this happen.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Amanda Mackie, you had the last word. Thank you to you. Thank you as well to David K. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the former U.S. President Barack Obama has entered the debate on UFOs and aliens again, saying that he is confident that there are no aliens or little green men being hidden in U.S. government facilities. Well, this comes just months after the former U.S. president suggested on a podcast that there might be aliens out there somewhere. But appearing on Stephen Colbert's The Late Show on CBS in the United States, the former president said there was no way the U.S. government was hiding anything because nobody, he said, would have been able to keep it a secret.
For those of you who still think that, we've got little green men underground somewhere.
Yeah.
One of the things you learn as president is government is terrible at keeping secrets. This idea of conspiracy theories, if there were aliens or alien spaceships or anything under the control of the United States government that we knew about, seen, photographs, what have you, I promise you some guy guarding the installation would have taken a selfie with one of the aliens and sent it to his girlfriend and press him. It would leak.
Or there'd be like hints. There'd be like certain hints out there, like a presidential center would look like a scout ship that's just come down from low orbit and landed in Chicago. That would happen, something like that.
It could happen.
Okay.
And
do you wish they were real?
I actually do.
The former US President Barack Obama speaking there. Well, his comments come just days after President Donald Trump said that the Pentagon is preparing to release some very interesting UFO files. Well, let's get more on all of this, and we can speak to Dr. David Whitehouse, who is a space expert, author of The Moon, a Biography. He's also an author of The Alien Perspective. Dr. Whitehouse, thank you very much indeed for being with us. President Trump says he's got these very interesting UFO files, and they should be coming out very soon. Are you expecting major revelations or a damp squib?
I'm expecting a damp squib because, for instance, if there were aliens, and President Obama's been very straight with this, as have other presidents, we would have known about it, it would have leaked out. But suppose that it hadn't. Is President Trump leaking out, talking about the greatest announcement and the greatest discovery in the history, one of the greatest things in the history of our civilization, that we have contacted and are in close commune with aliens and have alien spaceships, this tremendously important news? Would he really tease us with, oh, I've got interesting pictures, they're going to be great fun, etc., over weeks leading up to an announcement? This would have been done much more seriously. It was done much more eloquently than this. We are being played with, we are being teased by presidents, by President Trump, because it's a fascinating phenomenon. There are many people interested in it. But at the end of the day, America doesn't have spaceships from aliens.
Yeah, well, you sound like you're coming down on the side of one skeptic that I was reading about who said this was a shiny object designed to distract Americans from the war in Iran. Is that roughly the side you're coming down on?
Well, partly, but I take a scientific point of view. I'd love to believe that we had contact with aliens, and astronomers are searching the cosmos for aliens. But the question of whether or not they are here, whether we had contact, whether or not it's a secret, is something that people who've really studied this and who are higher up know is a cultural phenomena of fantasy. It's a big deal in the United States, the UFO community, the feeling that the government is not telling you everything, the feeling that there are insiders and whistleblowers and this great secret is being kept and only a few have access to this. It's a fantastic community, but it's a community that's only interested in what it wants to hear. That ultimately, people who claim that they've been visited by aliens, who've seen aliens, the whistleblowers, so to speak, they ultimately have to stop telling us stories. They have to start producing the goods and the receipts. A story is very interesting, but nobody's convicted on a story. And so far, as Obama has said, over decades and decades and decades, all we have had is stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time, in fact, in recent months that we've talked about extraterrestrial life and aliens on this programme. And I'm wondering whether there is perhaps a bit of an uptick in interest in extraterrestrials in the United States and beyond. And if so, what's driving it?
Well, you're right. I mean, particularly in America, Americana, they are very interested in UFOs, and they've built up this mythology and this history. It has its heroes and its villains. Villain mostly being the government covering it all up. So it is an entertaining. It is something that many people invest a great deal in because it becomes part of their life, part of the search for the truth. But you're right, because of the discoveries made with space telescopes, with the Artemis space mission, space exploration is back in the news. We have robots crawling over Mars looking for life. We've hopeful, given the telescopes we have and the telescopes we're going to launch, we may detect evidence for biology on planets orbiting nearby stars. And that would be a tremendous discovery. But as for fantastic spaceships that have traversed the stars and have got to us and are somehow not letting themselves be known and, being hidden away, crashing in the last few meters of their journey from Alpha Centauri, this is some part of a fantasy that many people seem to need. It feeds in, particularly with the American idea of being against the government, about being secrets, and about revealing something that only the chosen few know is truth. It's about a battle for truth, but unfortunately, there aren't any aliens there.
So why do you think President Trump is doing this? What's your hunch?
Well, you can't go wrong. I mean, other presidents have talked about releasing the UFO files. Jimmy Carter did the same thing, and there was nothing there. Hillary Clinton said she'd release the files if she became president. They all know there's nothing there. But President Trump knows that what he will release will be fuzzy blobs taken at a distance which move in strange ways. But every fuzzy blob that's ever been observed has stayed a fuzzy blob. And when you get more information about them and it stops being a fuzzy blob, it becomes a balloon, a helicopter, a drone, or an aircraft. None of them have become alien spacecraft. So we're going to get some interesting blobs moving in the distance and pilots talking about, hey, what's that doing, etc. But you need the evidence. What, would convince me is a proper spaceship. Is a spaceship that you could go and visit, alien bodies that you could actually, either if they're alive, talk to or actually examine scientifically. But I'm not hopeful we're going to get anything like that.
And Dr. Whitehouse, I just want to ask you, I mean, with the technology we have now that we didn't have 10 years ago, artificial intelligence is there, but there are also deep fakes. We have highly sophisticated camera technology. Everyone has a camera now. And I'm wondering whether, with all the tools we have, it's getting easier or harder to separate fact from fiction.
That's a very good question, because if you look at the UFO community in the United States, attention means money. You release your deep fake video of an alien, of a spaceship, and you put it on YouTube and people click on it and you make a profit. And that's a lot what's driving a lot of this interest. People are interested and people make money. But it's been the case that every interesting UFO observation, every interesting UFO video has either had a prosaic exploration or has been a deep fake. None of them have actually stood the test of time to say that's looking at more than twice. I'd love to see something that makes one think, and you have to be open-minded about this. But you're right, with AI getting more and more sophisticated, you really have to look at something other than a video for evidence of aliens.
I mean, there is something a bit sort of 1940s, 1950s about the perception of aliens and flying saucers. And, herein may lie the answer to my question, why UFOs were rebranded, if you like, to UAPs. I mean, do you think the public perception of what extraterrestrial life looks like has perhaps changed in the last decade or two?
Well, we still rely on Hollywood for our ideas of aliens, and that goes through phases. I mean, there's the humanoid of Close Encounters of a Second Kind, which is a very reptilian type of alien. There is the nasty alien predator of Aliens. There have been kind aliens, there have been horrible aliens. And a lot of this gets into the psyche. That's why many people who claim to have been abducted always tell the same story and always have a theme which can be linked back to something they perhaps saw in a film in their childhood. The aliens are not surprising. The aliens are like people being dressed up in costume, so to speak. So it's ingrained in our culture, this idea about life in space, spaceships going to the moon, aliens, invaders, Star Wars, Independence Day. All this stuff forms a backdrop to what people think about this. When they think they're close to something, they always resort back to these familiar ideas and concepts, which is a bit of a giveaway, because if we did find aliens, they're likely to be nothing like we ever saw in Hollywood.
Right. I mean, up until this point in the conversation, you've been fairly dismissive, I'm detecting, of alien hunters and what they claim to have seen or found or photographed. But have you ever seen anything, Dr. Whitehouse, that's left you really scratching your head thinking, this one I really am not quite sure about?
I've seen, I have had a lifetime in astronomy, and I've used many of the world's biggest telescopes and made observations with satellites. I've occasionally seen something that I can't explain at the time, but nothing has ever made me think that's intelligent, that's artificial in some way. Because if you look at the sky, when you see things in strange conditions at straight distances with funny light conditions, you're bound to see familiar things that are unfamiliar in that aspect, or you haven't got enough information about. So the fact is that a few percentage of it are strange and you cannot explain doesn't mean that there are aliens. It means you haven't got enough information in those instances to explain what it is. I know many astronomers who make observations every night with the world's biggest telescopes, and we've got fantastic scrutiny about the night sky of anything that moves or changes in brightness, and they all have in the back of their mind the idea that they keep their eyes open for something strange. They all want to be the one to find the alien spacecraft. So there are a lot of people out there wanting to make that discovery, which would make their career and be a fantastic science discovery. The fact is none of them have so far, but they wouldn't be shy in telling us if they did.
One common denominator to a lot of the reported sightings that I've read about has been that they've been seen near military bases or near aircraft carriers. And I'm wondering why you think so many UFO or UAP, as they're now known, stories seem to be linked to some sort of a defense setting.
Well, I think in recent years there have been problems of drones moving around sensitive facilities, and that is an interesting problem and a separate problem. But the trope that alien spacecraft somehow move over nuclear launch sites and have disabled nuclear launches and interfere in that way is a common theme that's been spread for decades and decades. But if you actually look at the evidence, you look at the themes and the incidents that people quote for this, you find that there's actually nothing there. It doesn't stand up. And that's the problem with UFOs. It's a problem with things like Roswell, is that Roswell was a weather balloon made of crumpled aluminium foil and balsa wood. Nobody took any notice about it until the 1970s, when people wrote a few myth-making books about it. And then suddenly the myth starts to develop. The stories exaggerate and other people come in with new stories. And it's very difficult to tell the reality from the mythology and the fantasy. And that's what happened with alien spacecraft interfering with our nuclear facilities.
Just before we crossed to you, we were listening to an excerpt of the former US President Barack Obama on Stephen Colbert's show. And he seems to be rather enjoying this. It's not the first time in recent weeks that President Obama has talked about aliens and UFOs. He says he thinks aliens are real, although he hasn't seen any evidence to that effect, or that's roughly his opinion. And I'm wondering whether in the scientific community, the former president's views are the mainstream views.
I think they are. Presidents, if you look back over decades, have had great fun with this, because it's what they get asked. People ask presidents about UFOs and aliens all the time, so they have to get used to that. But he is expressing something that's a widespread feeling. We look out at the cosmos, we look at other stars and planets around other stars and the conditions that those planets are in, and there is a feeling that the universe must be teeming with life, because there are no showstoppers in terms of what we see out there. The universe seems to be very fertile. We have no evidence yet, and that's perhaps because we haven't looked in great enough detail. But I know most astronomers I know feel that we are not alone in the universe, and that around nearby stars there could be other civilizations less and more advanced than ours, and some of them may even travel between the stars. So everybody is extremely hopeful. It's a hopeful hypothesis. But being a scientist, you need cast iron proof. And at the moment we have hints, but no proof.
OK, let me just hold you on this one. Dr. Whitehouse, is it your opinion that we are or we are not alone?
I believe, it is my opinion, I believe the universe is full of life. I believe out there among the stars, when you see these pictures of star fields, of pictures of galaxies upon galaxies, each containing 100,000 million stars. It is conceivable, it is not hardly to me conceivable that we are alone, considering we orbit a fairly average star. We are in a solar system of which we know that almost every star in the night sky has planets orbiting it. So I have a feeling that as most scientists, astronomers do, that the universe has life in it. The universe is full of intelligent life, fascinating intelligences, different from ourselves, which would help us understand our own nature if we had an alien intelligence to compare ourselves with. Whether or not they would be friend or foe is another matter. So everybody I know feels that must be the case. But because we are scientists, because we don't go on feelings and hunches to make a final decision. That's why we're searching the sky with radio telescopes to look for signals. That's why we're looking for artifacts on other planets. And that's why even scientists, and particularly the American military and military elsewhere in the world, have protocols and ideas as to how to react should we have the ultimate manifestation of aliens, and that would be the arrival of a spaceship, an artifact, a signal, an arrival. That's something we have to wait, scientists have to wait for, and I guarantee you this would not be covered up. Scientists would not cover this up.
Yeah, well, President Obama seemed to be suggesting that even if they wanted to cover it up, no one can keep a secret in the White House. There we go. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. David Whitehouse. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, let's bring into the conversation Angie Wong, who is a Republican strategist based in Florida and a friend of the show. We speak to you often, Angie. We've never spoken to you about aliens. And President Trump says he's got these very interesting UFO files that are going to be released. What's your hunch here? What are you expecting him to tell us? What are we going to find out?
Well, President Trump has been very, very transparent about all these secret files the government has been holding for decades. He's released the JFK files, he's released the Epstein files, and now the next files to be released may be these alien files that we've all pondered about, well, certainly since I've been born. So I can't wait for these files to be released. What is different now than before is that we have active admirals and also members of Congress now talking about it very openly in the media. So we know something is coming down the pipeline. I got a little bit of a sneak preview from someone who is from working with Tim Burchett, who's our congressman here from Tennessee. He has gone over the files, and Tim Burchett has said this is going to completely change the way we think about life, mainly because there's so much division and almost competition between the church and also science. And this kind of puts a cap as to what we know about aliens, other beings. And what this team member has told me is that aliens are not these green little monsters with big eyes running around. They're more like time travelers, and there are time portals. And I think that's what the science is going to lay out, is that there's going to be aliens are from a different time, and they meet us wherever we are in our timeline. So I think all of this really matches up with some of the science that's already been out there. And we're hopefully going to see some conclusive scientific proof now. We also know that the U.S. has openly admitted that we have files and videos and maybe even some sort of materials. So I think that's what President Trump is alluding to. I can't wait for the whole thing to come out.
Okay, so it sounds quite exciting, and as you say, it's going to challenge some existing beliefs. And one point I just want to pick up on is that, we're talking about this with our earlier guests as well, a lot of the sightings come from people in the defense community, don't they? I mean, people who are in military bases or on aircraft carriers, and that makes the sightings and the accounts quite difficult to ignore, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly gives an air of credibility. You're talking about, admirals who are out in the sea. You're talking about Air Force lieutenants who have seen them in the skies. And we've seen videos coming from their very cell phones recording this. So I think all of this really does change the dynamic of things. We can no longer ignore that we're not the only beings here on Earth. So I think this is what's going to come out. And I love the fact that, you have real substantial people now being able to talk about it. For the longest time, you bring up something like this, you're labeled a conspiracy theorist or a nut job. So I love that we're finally able to talk about this in a serious way. We've all had the sense that there are other beings other than humans here living amongst us. So it's now time to find out. And I think this is the right president and the right administration to release these files.
Angie, it sounds like you and Representative Tim Burchett are on the side of team believer. Sounds like you think that, you know, there's a very good chance that we're going to get something quite exciting in these files.
What I'm most excited about is that science is finally going to make some of these kind of myths and folklores, you know, believable. And I think we've all kind of felt like there is something out there. And now it's time to actually put some science behind it. You know, since the invention of cell phones and self-recording devices, we've seen actually less and less of these sightings. You know, it used to be a lot more prevalent. And, you know, now anyone with a cell phone can take a photograph or a video of something in the sky that they've seen that's unidentifiable. But we see less and less of that on social media. So, you know, the myth is now gone. Let's go into the real science of all this. And I think Tim Burchett is right. If, you know, he has seen the files, and same with some other representatives that I have spoken to, they're blown away by this, mainly because it is so different from the rhetoric that we've heard, the narrative of, you know, what you would see on a T-shirt of a green little monster. That's not what this is. This is something else. And if it is time travel and time portals and all these things, you know, these are, some of it's backed up by science. And that's really where I want to go with this, that this is science, this is not fiction.
Okay, let me play the devil's advocate here. And, you know, there are people out there, some skeptics, saying that, okay, let's look at the last revelations that President Trump delivered to us in the form of JFK files, Martin Luther King files, that didn't really tell us very much that we didn't already know. So there are those who think this is all a bit of political theatre, perhaps even a shiny object or a distraction to make us think about something apart from the Iran war. What do you say to that?
Well, politically, you always use aliens to kind of distract you and stare at this shiny object instead of what's actually happening on the ground. That's always been the political play. And I'm not saying that that's the case here. I think that President Trump really does want these files to get out. Whether or not they're going to be as salacious as we all want them to be, maybe not. But you can't ignore that there's been earthquakes happening in Area 51. That's been reported. There's been all sorts of weird activity with the scientists studying aliens, UFOs, and alike. They have all been either silenced or something's going on there. So there's a lot of mystery around all of this. And if this is a great distractor, that's fine, because, you know, we do need something to unite us as human beings again. So I think, you know, even though it might sound very political and it may sound dark in science fiction, we do need some sort of common denominator that's going to bring human beings back together again, rather than just constantly bickering between right and left. So this might be the catalyst.
Is this a partisan issue in the United States? Because it sounds like President Obama, the former U.S. president, is trying to perhaps steal a little bit of President Trump's thunder, perhaps pouring a bit of cold water on these theories, saying that if there was anything secret in his time, it would have been public pretty quickly because no one in the White House can keep a secret. Is this playing out in a partisan way?
It shouldn't be, because I think all Americans and pretty much all human beings want to know what is going on. Are there aliens amongst us? I don't think this is a partisan issue, although former President Obama is certainly turning it into a political circus because he wants to steal the air out of Trump's balloon. And he's talking about it on air, teasing it, you know, as much as he can, just to, you know, control the timeline of when this narrative can come out versus when Trump wants to have this come out. I think that's all this is if I'm looking at a political timeline. But at the end of the day, release the files.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like President Trump is definitely enjoying it, and it sounds like other people are too. I mean, is this capturing the imagination of the public there in the United States, this whole issue?
Well, absolutely. We have a new documentary that's coming out. I'm hearing that Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, is actually in this documentary about UFOs. I think there's going to be a whole timeline. There's a rollout happening that I'm starting to see that's a slow burn right now, but it may come out maybe around November, around midterms. We're not sure. But I'm starting to see a lot more brewings of it. Even the congressional members, they're starting to be seeding the media now with more and more information about these files. So at some point, I think by the end of this year, we're going to start seeing some real files, and then we could go through them. And it may be nothing, just like the JFK files, as you mentioned. They're released, and so far, not too much fanfare about that.
Yeah, I've never really understood why the secrecy about extraterrestrials and, you know, UFOs, and why the national security dimension, because it's not really a national security issue, is it? It's a global issue. It's one of the few issues that does concern every human and every government on the planet. So why wouldn't the Pentagon be transparent with us?
So, Tom, the only way I can answer that is just from some of the books that I've read, which is the church has really put a cap on this idea that there are that there are other beings out there other than humans. It kind of goes against the church's narrative for the longest time, and for a while, that's why these files were partially kept locked in locked rooms, because it goes against a certain narrative of belief. But I think that has kind of gone sideways now, because more and more people are more scientific versus just believing in church narratives, religious narratives. And I think, we've reached that threshold that we don't want to be treated like children anymore. We actually want to know the truth. And, since watching the X-Files growing up, this is definitely, a pride and joy. And if the Trump administration can be the ones that finally releases these files, this might be one of his greatest achievements of his second administration.
Okay, well, I mean, we're told the files are on the way. Any clues as to when we're going to be treated to these files?
Well, I know that Congressman Tim Burchett is talking about it very actively. He's, gone to many states talking about these files. I think that, if anything, it would be released this year, because you can't have this drag on and on and on. It doesn't make any sense. And I think President Obama kind of pushed that deadline a little bit faster than Trump might have wanted it. But you know what? We're all talking about it, even you and I, Tom. So hopefully by next week we can talk more about this.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to share your insights with us. Angie Wong, Republican strategist, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into four main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. a Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है। महिला जो कि पुरुषों से ज़्यादा काम करती है।
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi Gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men tried to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district. In simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization. They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement. They work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. The Gulabi gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug. I am always ready to stand against them, whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials. We are always ready with our sticks, and I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they are like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi Gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi Gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi Gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi Gang. The Gulabi Gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here. Where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds. We need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years. It's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5 mark sheets. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Samphat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag off issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the, we can say, policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Samphat Pal. They just want the pink gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Now, as Saudi Arabia pushes ahead with Vision 2030 and its goal to attract 150 million visitors per year, places like this at Qiddiya City have a major part to play by reshaping the kingdom's tourism and entertainment landscape. Today we are at Aquarabia, which is just opening its doors to the public. This is the largest water theme park in the region, featuring more than 20 rides, many of them world record breakers. Well, sitting alongside Six Flags Qiddiya City, which itself is home to 28 attractions and some of the most ambitious roller coasters ever built, these two sites combined are creating thousands of jobs. So what does it take to build a destination of this scale, and what does it say about where Saudi Arabia is headed? Well, we're joined now by Brian McCammer, who is the president of the Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia theme parks. A very warm welcome to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brian, tell us first of all about Aquarabia. How did it come to be?
Well, this was one of the marquee attractions that was designed as part of the overall Qiddiya City destination. So dating back to probably 2018, the original concept for the park came about. The Aquarabia, the theming, the entire concept was homegrown. It's a fresh IP, brand new. You'll never find anything else in the world to match this theming that we have here. And so we took initial concept back in 2018, 2019, and took it through all the design phases, and here we are now, excited to be opening the park to the public.
And I mentioned Vision 2030 in my introduction, and I'm just wondering how you see Aquarabia fitting within that vision.
It's incredibly important part of it. It's the second major asset at the overall destination that's going to come online. Six Flags opened just a few months ago, and now the water park. They're very complementary of each other, I think, in the kingdom and at Qiddiya. A first water theme park in the region in the kingdom of this caliber, and it's just going to play an important role as the rest of the destinations and assets open in Qiddiya in the coming years.
Brian, what do you think these parks, Aquarabia and Six Flags, tell us about the general direction that Saudi Arabia is heading in?
Well, I think it's no hidden secret that everyone in the world loves to have fun. They like to visit theme parks, water parks. It's exciting now to have parks of this caliber in the kingdom here in Riyadh for the locals to visit. No longer do they need to travel to the outer regions and Europe and Asia, North America, et cetera, to visit. And this is also going to be a catalyst to drive tourism to Riyadh and to the kingdom.
How do you think Aquarabia compares to other offerings regionally, internationally? What do you think makes Aquarabia stand out?
It's really an unbelievable water park. I've been in the industry a long time, and I've never seen a water park of this caliber. The uniqueness of the rides, the location as we sit at the base of the Tuwaiq mountain range, 200-meter cliff, the center of the park, Camel Rock, with a fine dining restaurant at the top of the mountain, multiple slides integrated into the mountain. It's just the whole setting, the theming, hearing the waves in the middle of Riyadh, in the middle of Saudi Arabia. It just transports you to another place.
Right, you're talking about Camel Rock, which for our viewers is up there, just over there. And what have we got over here? What's this?
So this is our wave pool, and you can see the foxes carved into the rocks. Throughout the park, we've got homage to the indigenous animals in the region, and basically they came to Aquarabia as a wellness spring. And so you'll see carvings throughout the park, and we use that to also identify various zones around the park. But this is probably one of the most popular attractions in the park, where you can basically float around, and it's good for all ages and just very popular.
I was going to say, who's the ideal customer here?
All of the above. Toddlers, we've got areas of the park designed for the younger kids, the tweens, the thrill attractions, those that just want to relax. We've got 81 amazing cabanas in the park that I've never seen. They're more similar to a hotel room that you can book during the day, and you can see them behind us around the pool. So you can basically, depending on the age of your family, you can get a cabana in whatever section of the park that fits your kids' needs and camp for the whole day. So.
And are you mostly going to be, do you expect to be mostly welcoming Saudi nationals, international visitors? What are you thinking?
So in the beginning, we're predominantly local market and Saudi-based visitation. Certainly then GCC, but the caliber of this park, the quality, the attractions at both the Six Flags and Arabiya, they're of an international standard, and we're already seeing a lot of interest in overseas markets to come and visit the both parks.
Tell us about pricing. What's it going to cost for an adult to come in here?
Sure. So depending on times of the year, we'll have demand-based pricing. Currently, we have 350 SAR for an adult ticket. On a peak day, 325 SAR on a weekday.
Around the $100 US mark?
Yes, yes. And then children are a flat 200 SAR year-round. But I would say the big advantage would be we do family bundles, right? So for 1,000 SAR, you can get 5 tickets for your family, which is big in Saudi Arabia. There's a large population that has a lot of extended family, as well as annual passes, which will allow you to come year-round.
So that answers my next question, year-round. I was going to ask you what you're going to do during the hot summer months. I mean, does that change anything as far as your opening plans are concerned?
So both parks have a lot of designs into the park to manage the temperatures. A lot of shading around the park if it's during the daytime. But as we move into the stronger summers, we can shift the operating hours later in the afternoon into the evening. The park is designed to operate at nighttime, and actually it's probably more beautiful even at night with all the lighting. And so it's going to be designed to operate year-round, daytime, evening, based on the climate or the customer's preference.
This is an arid country, and we're quite far from the sea, and you've built a water theme park. I'm imagining there have been some challenges along the way. Just tell us a bit about them.
I think the biggest challenge would be the location was kind of a brownfield, as we called it. And so all of the infrastructure, roads, utilities, accommodations, staff housing, all had to be brought to the site. So that takes a lot of several years to put that in place. Once that's in place, now the additional assets that you can see coming online behind us have kind of paved the way for the future development and assets in the coming years.
When the project's success is discussed, how will you define success? What will success look like to you?
So I think when guests come to the park, I want to hear from the customer. I want to hear the feedback as a family. And the feedback I've received from many Saudis, when they come to the park, they felt they've been transported to another country. They never thought they would see something of this caliber, of this scale in Riyadh or in the kingdom. To me, that's the first accomplishment, right? We've built something that is amazing. It's going to be world-class operating standards, and that's going to be great, not just for our local market from a visitation, but it'll be enough to draw from a worldwide audience to come.
Okay. I mean, this is a business show. I'd like to talk about a couple of numbers with you, if that's all right. What sort of opportunities has this park, Aquarabia, created in terms of job opportunities in the area?
Well, I would say, between Six Flags and Aquarabia, we have over 2,000 employees. We have a heavy desire to employ Saudi nationals as a key priority for the project, and I'm happy to say that we're probably approximately 45% of our workforce is Saudi national. This is a new career opportunity, and we've tried to explain and show that just like in Orlando or in other parts of the world, this can be a long-term career. You can start out, as I did, at an entry-level position in food and beverage or aquatics, and through time and advancing yourself and your skills, you'll be able to make a lifelong career of this. And that's really our goal for all the assets within Qiddiya, is to show that this is a great growth opportunity from an employment perspective.
Okay, from a sustainability point of view, I mean, obviously managing water use and energy, presumably that's a key part of what you're focused on. How are you doing those things?
A lot of that goes into the initial design, the engineering of the parks. Many parks are decades old, 50 years, 70 years old, so they've got kind of legacy systems. here we were able to design these parks with a lot of the modern technologies and monitoring systems. For example, BMS management systems that we can control, water temperatures, air conditioning, utilizing underground holding tanks so you don't have a massive water evaporation. So there's all of those planning that went into place in the initial design of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I thought evaporation would be a really big issue with the sorts of temperatures that can be reached. I mean, is that going to be a major challenge?
It's something that you can't avoid. However, I think we've put the best mitigation plans as possible, into the initial design of the park.
We talked about how there are a lot of standout rides, standout elements to Aquarabia. How are you going to make sure that you maintain those standout elements and stay ahead?
As any park, when we open, every attraction is new to the park, to the visitors, and we take surveys, and we want to hear from our customers on a daily, weekly, ongoing basis. And we will, as we move into, say, year 2 or year 3 of operation, understand where we may have missed on the design. Do we need more attractions for thrill seekers or the toddlers or family attractions? And then that's what evolves into our planning, our capital investment, our capital projects on what we want to add or enhance in the park. Sometimes it's rides, sometimes it's things like toilets, prayer rooms, restaurants, retail. So that's something that we monitor ongoing as the park evolves.
All right, always looking to improve and evolve. A couple of partnerships. You've got a partnership, I gather, with Saudia. I mean, how important are partnerships in driving perhaps the international visitor numbers?
I think people like to have brand association. I think what I was very impressed with Qiddiya and the entire Vision 2030 is the collaboration and the willingness for corporations and companies within the kingdom in Riyadh to partner with us and support us. It's more of a collaboration. It's really a partnership. It's not a sponsorship term. It's a partnership, and it's been great to have some of the larger companies and organizations in the kingdom to come on board and partner with us.
Okay, and just lastly, obviously you're new, and lots of elements about it are going to be the novelty factor of Aquarabia. How are you going to keep the visitors coming back?
Well, we have the luxury of, we're the first 2 assets with Six Flags and Aquarabia. However, our Sir Nick Faldo golf course will be opening later this year. We have hotels coming online next year. Every 6 months, 9 months, year, there's going to be a new amazing asset opening at Qiddiya City, and that will, in my opinion, keep us, on a upward trajectory for the coming years, if not decades.
Well, it is just the beginning. It sounds like it's going to keep getting better and better. That's all we have time for. Many thanks indeed, Brian Markham, the president of Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia Water Theme Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal on Al Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City or the Holy See.
It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah, as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. Every morning we have to know what Israelis think, It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. Everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means that everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see, and the ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan, it took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, Nobody was putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. The intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them, forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks? Well, is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan,
please, Riz.
Brace yourself. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay? Academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear, usually, for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.